I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party, home of the $1 billion 1,000-mile container fence idea. Yes. Always remember that we have solutions that can meet and comply with the Democrats' requirements. I'm a very flexible person. I'm more than willing to negotiate. Trump, however, is not. He's very closed. In fact, he says he will never back down on border security. Well, come up with a better plan. A container fence would work. Stacked containers, 1,000 miles long. Let's do it. Trump is not able to think on his feet like I am. I'm more than willing to flex and adjust to the Democrats' requirements. He's not. You're seeing a major difference between voting for a guy who steals ideas like Trump, who stole my 1,000-mile fence idea, and a guy who came up with it, like me. Major difference. And you've chosen the wrong guy. You thought that the guy that got all the press coverage would be the best guy. That's the guy that's bought and sold. That's the guy who's owned by the deep state. As much as Donald Trump pretends like he's stopping the deep state and he hates the media has been very, very good to Donald Trump. He's made a lot of inroads into all of you using the power of the media. I, however, have been completely censored in my own country for now going on 10 years. They've come to my house, they've interviewed me with Beta SP cameras, high-end videos were done. They interviewed me on many issues. I talked for 2 20-minute sessions. Not one single one of those interviews was played except for 12 seconds, painting me out as the blackface politician. Denigrating me, trying to trivialize what I did when I impersonated Barack Obama, which is my right in a nation dedicated to free speech, when I couldn't have done it in whiteface. But now they literally cannot stop me, as the mention of a third party is growing worldwide among many people who are seeing this country turn a blind eye to its own people. So I'm here to talk about what's happening now. Our president is seemingly more and more colluding with Russia. There's absolutely nothing coming out of the Mueller camp, though. I'm thinking the Democrats will uncover all the facts they need. There is a sex picture called a sex selfie in play. The company, the Concord Management and Consulting Company that sued back Robert Mueller when he sued them claiming they were colluding with Russia or with Trump, they sued back and they got a list of things in Mueller's collection, because you have to get, Discovery has to say what's in everybody's collection of information. And in that list is a sex selfie in the Trump file. Now, it's supposedly sealed because of national security, according to this company that sued back. There's nothing more nationally insecure than a president with a sex selfie. I think we should all be privy to see this so that it's out of the way. Right now, Trump is hiding the fact that he has a sex selfie. And he'll do anything to keep our mind off of it. Most likely, completely divert our attention from everything that I just said. So the diversions are flowing, and I believe that this border solution that I came up with, a 1,000-mile fence, is his perfect go-to method of diverting our attention. Now, we are now in record territory. The government has been shut down longer than any other time in history. Partial shutdown has affected many people. TSA employees can't get any money. They normally get $30,000 a year. They can't get any money. Some of them are still going in. We've had backups in a couple of airports in Texas. Houston and Dallas have had backups. So we have a lot of problems that are starting up right now. And if this goes another couple of weeks and he continues to play this tug-of-war game with Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer, and believe me, I don't like those people either. They won't see the wisdom of a border fence. And Trump is simply latching onto a great idea. It clearly is a great idea. We need to move on this for a lot of reasons. The population growth south of the border is 31%. Ours is 0% if you eliminate illegal immigration. That's a major reason. But he's not selling it on simple quantitative reasons. He's selling it on emotion. You need to hit the mind of the people to convince them that we need a fence. You need to actually deliver a message about this population growth that's so serious that it will cause our nation to have all kinds of eruptions in funding. Education, medicine, you name it. Housing is all affected by illegal immigrants coming into our country. So, creating a $1 billion, 1,000-mile container fence is really a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. So this is an idea whose time has come. Moving on. In the news today, they did find this guy, or they cross-examined this guy that kidnapped Jamie Close. The alleged kidnapper isn't even worth mentioning. But here he is, front page news in a country that wants to divert our attention. This scumbag tracked her down for like a month and then killed her parents to abduct her. And he's getting press time. It's ridiculous. The guy's clearly guilty as hell. We need to obviously, lower the boom on anybody who thinks they can just snag somebody off the street and abduct them and kill their parents. I'd say the death penalty is in order here. Now, I believe in the death penalty on a federal level. You won't get a Democrat to do this. I strongly support your right to bear arms, and I will stand by that position throughout my time. We will never put gun control on the table like the Democrats have been doing consistently. Those are huge issues, by the way, and it's a good reason why I'm trying to appeal to Republicans, too. I want everyone to know that I am not owned by corporations, and if you want an average American to deliver a centrist vision, I'm your guy. Centrism shouldn't be that hard. It should be a simple process, really. It should be like a wake-up call. I wish people would just realize the importance of that. Centrist politics, there I am. America's third party. Combining the goals of the left and the right into a solid plan that doesn't impinge upon anyone's rights. I don't have an agenda of reversing Roe v. Wade. This guy, William Barr, does, the new attorney general picked by Trump. I'll get to that in just a bit. It should be a fun thing, Centrism should be, we kind of agree on a lot of things. Let's kind of move forward in that direction. It should be like sex, you know? Oh, sure, yeah, let's get together. Let's not force the situation. Let's both get together amicably and talk. What do you say? Anyway, as you can see, I've been having fun with my tablet, my paint program. All right, so how do we start this this process in lieu of the two parties being completely at each other's throats? We keep communicating. We keep communicating on a nightly basis. I've been doing this daily for 10 years. I'm glad because I have a chance to communicate and get your impression of various things we talk about. Without this open line of dialogue between the two parties, and we do have Democrats and Republicans in here, we're never going to go anywhere. You know, I came down pretty hard in the pre-show against Bernie Sanders, but his strong resonating message about Wall Street excesses is very much part of my message too. I'm in no way trying to ignore the fact that Wall Street prints up money rapidly and they laugh at all the money they give each other and how little we have. We've got to stop that. We've got to right the wrong there. So what I will do as president is put all watchdog people in the SEC immediately. Everybody in the SEC will be fired. We'll bring in watchdog groups to man the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, to do the work they need to do to stop all kinds of insider trading that's been happening. Under their inane SEC regulations now, you can do a lot of insider trading. Government officials are able to do it without any kind of oversight whatsoever. Believe it or not, 60 Minutes revealed the truth about how politicians are using insider trading to make money. Last week, I exposed the truth about Dianne Feinstein. She has $80 million. And Nancy Pelosi has $120 million in net worth. How is that possible when people make $190,000 a year? Corruption. That's the only answer as to why Nancy Pelosi or Dianne Feinstein are multimillionaires. They're $80 million and $120 million for Nancy Pelosi. It's crazy. And I know that Dianne Feinstein has not done the work she needs to do to stop the terrible abuse in the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. That's her job, and she does nothing. Let me tell you a story that's going to shock you. You know that China killed 18 of our top spies that were in their country over the past 10 years. They killed them. They probably tortured them too. Every one of them died a hero's death, but nobody knows who they are because they're all CIA spies. You know, there's no such a thing as a hero's death. They were tortured. This woman has been riding around with a Chinese spy for 20 years in her limousine, listening to all her conversations. Yet the government oversight said that not one time did this spy ever breach our national security. I say BS. And you know what she did? She didn't prosecute him. He's not being sent somewhere else out of the country. He still has his status as a U.S. citizen. She decided to retire him. That's what she did. She retired her limousine driver for spying on us for 20 years. This woman should not have her job. She certainly shouldn't have $80 million. And it's insane that they won't prosecute this spy who stole state secrets from our government through her limousine drives whenever she drove around. Don't fence me, and I can't play that, no. I wish I could. I'll play it later. Bing Crosby and the Andrews Sisters, Don't Fence Me In. Yeah, it's an appropriate song, but they'd monetize me. Somebody out there would claim it's theirs and they're trying to make money on it. All right. Baseless moral panic. Experts reveal the truth about feared drug monkey dust. Okay, I didn't even know it exists, but it's labeled as a new drug to hit the Australian party scene. But experts call it experts say the panic around monkey dust is over the top. Okay, so now we talk about monkey dust.
A party drug linked to dozens of deaths in the UK is now hitting the streets in Australia. Monkey dust can lead to hallucinations and psychosis and is selling for as little as $10.
running into traffic, and jumping from buildings. These are some of the horrific side effects of monkey dust, a drug that's re-emerged on Australia's streets.
It's a really unpleasant drug. There's certainly issues with quite violent and frightening hallucinations.
Also known as bath salts or MDVP.
Okay, I've had enough. Thank you. Yeah, all that stuff is dangerous. You can't trivialize the danger of things like that. Magic mushrooms are legal to own? Are you serious? I don't think so. Psilocybin is still a narcotic, I believe. We want to legalize marijuana simply because its time has come. Okay, we have a McJesus sculpture depicting Ronald McDonald on a cross. It outrages Israel's Arab Christian community. Okay, this story is just in. Thank you. I was told about it. I haven't seen it yet. But Ronald McDonald on a cross has really sparked some concern here. Yeah, featuring crucified Ronald McDonald has sparked protests. Haifa, Israel, an art exhibit featuring a crucified Ronald McDonald has sparked protests. Hundreds of Christians calling for the removal of the sculpture entitled McJesus. Demonstrated at the museum in the northern city of Haifa last week. Israeli police say rioters hurled a firebomb at the museum and threw stones that wounded 3 police officers. Yeah, this is just absurd. Why would they put such a horrible thing? Spiting all the people, the Christians that support Israel, like Donald Trump. Yeah, he claims to be Presbyterian, but we know he's not. Yeah, psilocybin is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound, more than 200 species of mushrooms. You know, I can see opening up, lots of research into psilocybin. Absolutely. I understand it does pose promise for people with cluster headaches. I cannot see even thinking about legalizing other drugs like MDM or LSD or ecstasy or all these other derivatives. That's just crazy. Anything naturally derived, I could consider looking toward a legalization campaign. No, I haven't. But I have tried marijuana, and I believe it's very beneficial. And I've seen all the results of many people getting reduced symptomology with Parkinson's, epilepsy, autism, you name it. THC and CBD oil are really beneficial. So there's no reason why we'd have it on a list of controlled substances if it is medicinal. It's also true with psilocybin. We'd use the same rule. But I have not had a plan to legalize mushrooms. I have a plan to legalize pot and all cannabis-related production. All right, now that you know that I'm pro-legalization across the board, you'll know that our economy will have a couple new opportunities to grow. Already in cities and states across the country, there's huge sales of recreational marijuana. You're horribly depressed? I'm so sorry. That's not good. I did inhale, yeah. I first smoked marijuana when I was 21 years old. I waited till I was 21, I'm not kidding. And I was like the good guy in college. I never ever got near it. People said, "Oh yeah, try this." No, I'm gonna be Mr. Pure here. And finally, I was in the job of working around some toxic fumes, and I thought to myself, why would I not try something when I'm breathing toxic inks at this T-shirt factory that I used to work at? Well, that concluded in my mind, well, I drive the freeway every day. I'm breathing toxins every time I drive in the freeway. Why wouldn't I want to breathe something in that might make me feel good? Hashish is a cannabis derivative. It's completely legal in recreational stores now. Anyway, I tried it and I enjoyed it. It was really very relaxing. Thank you. The fact of the matter is, anything can be abused. Coffee can be abused. I try to drink no more than 5 cups a day of coffee. That's pretty much the max. But when I found out that it gave me a kind of a sense of relief from a lot of the stress of my 20s, I tried it and I enjoyed it. It was very enjoyable. It was something that I didn't mind repeating. And I also went for a time without ever smoking it. I went for a decade. And then I tried it again. It was nice. And I went for another 7-8 years without smoking it. And I went back to it. It was fun. But it does not have a physical addiction like heroin all the other designer drugs are physically addictive. It's not a narcotic. There's no physical withdrawal symptoms when you smoke pot consistently and stop. You don't have the heebie-jeebies or the withdrawal symptoms you get from alcohol or nicotine, which are legal. So it's crazy for allowing people to become full-blown nicotine heads and alcohol addicts, alcoholics, and yet we're saying no to cannabis. It's absurd that we have not legalized it. And it only shows you the mindlessness of the Republican and Democratic Party for not pushing this. So that's another reason why we need to have a third party. They're never going to legalize recreational pot around the country. Even now the Democrats are saying, well, it's good medically. It's medical marijuana is very healthy for. Come on. We don't want to go to a doctor to have a prescription to get some marijuana. That's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm fighting for you. I'm not worried. This is my real hair, man. Yeah, I shampoo and I comb it, and it's fantastic. It works. Okay, so amid trade war that's hurting their bottom line, many farmers are conflicted about Trump. What are the farmers going to do? They've lost a lot of money, and Trump had to give them $12 billion. Now, Trump got $12 billion from the Democrats because they know the farm subsidies that they get to get reelected are very important. So Trump is giving $12 billion to the sorghum farmers, but they're not going to really be happy with him until that money is, delivered. But with a partial shutdown, they're not going to get anything. Yeah, you can get arrested for having a roach in your ashtray in some states. They can even seize your assets. In Oklahoma, if you have a roach in your ashtray, you get pulled over by a cop. He can drain your debit card. He can say, I want to see your debit card and give me the password. I'm going to drain it. Pull everything out of your bank account. It's considered legal in the state of Oklahoma. I mean, it's unbelievable. A lot of things have to be redressed in this country, but many farmers are conflicted now about Trump. The shutdown is testing farmers' loyalty as Trump visits their annual convention, but I really would rather give the marijuana to the farmers and cannabis to the farmers so that they could actually benefit from it. Hey, we've got Jackson's in the room. Hey, man. Let me open up my cams over at ProCams over at iBlog if any of you want to cam up. Okay, we've got a story in which I tweeted this today. Huffington Post did a study of William Barr, Bill Barr, the guy that Trump is picking for the post of Attorney General to replace Jeff Sessions, and right now Matthew Whitaker's filling in, but there's a problem with Bill Barr, and ironically it's a 20-page.
I want to confirm that Bill Barr, one of the most respected jurists in the country, highly respected lawyer, former Attorney General under the Bush administration.
Yeah, highly respected under George H.W. Bush administration. Now, if you're a person who supports our country and stopping the New World Order, you probably would not want to be with an Attorney General was the right-hand man of George H.W. Bush. But this guy Barr is. He was the right-hand man. He was Attorney General under George H.W. Bush. So Trump is going with a safe guy. But I found out from the Huffington Post that this guy wrote an article recently, within the past year and a half. He wrote an article to Rosenstein, Rod Rosenstein, a 20-page memo. Barr argued that based on his understanding of the facts, Trump had been acting well within his authority as president when he allegedly suggested to then FBI Director James Comey that an investigation into former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn should be dropped. Well, we already knew that Michael Flynn was working for the Russians. This guy knew that. Why would we drop an investigation to a man who was working for the Russians? There's something very suspicious about this man, and I believe he may have been working for the very same Zionists that got Trump elected, the Russian Zionists. The same Zionists that got George H.W. Bush elected. So that's why he didn't want to investigate Michael Flynn. Looks to me like he was working for the Russians to say that. We don't want Michael Flynn taken out. He's a good guy. 24 days Michael Flynn had access to all of our top secrets. I want to know how many of them he gave to the Russians. I doubt that's coming out in the Mueller investigation. The Mueller investigation's a joke. Remember when he said he was going to have obstruction charges by September, and here we are into January and nothing? Mueller is a shill. Rod Rosenstein picked Mueller because they have dirt on him. That's how they control this whole situation. I'm hoping the Democrats get the impeachment we want. That's why they got elected. They got elected because the American people want an impeachment process. We're tired of Donald Trump thinking he's got a free ride, just BSing every day, lying to every single person in America, over and over again. The Democrats somehow, however, think that they've got a entitlement, that they now are supporting amnesty, or maybe a new health care program after Obamacare, or maybe whatever. The Democrats have no idea that their purpose in the House is to impeach Donald Trump. That's what the American people voted him for. They didn't vote these people in because we want amnesty for illegal aliens. We like Donald Trump because he's got good ideas. Though the ideas he stole from me, they're very good ideas. All right. And we had another little tweet here. Bernie Sanders is going to be reviewing all the Me Too accusations that occurred during his campaign. I have a serious concern about Bernie Sanders. A man who openly said, and factcheck.org confirmed this, his essay on rape, he openly said that women fantasize about being raped by 3 men simultaneously. That's a guy that definitely has an issue. And this is true, by the way. Even fact check Snopes says it's true. So Bernie Sanders has been getting away with this allowing Me Too activity under his entire campaign, and I believe that Bernie Sanders threw that election. When he turned to Hillary in the first debate and said, "I don't want to make Benghazi an issue, Hillary." That was the only thing he could have run on. Benghazi is an issue. She didn't do anything to help fortify Christopher Stevens' entire compound that when he was killed. Nothing. And Christopher Stevens contacted her numerous times. We found that out later, and not one single response. She kept deferring to the NSA. She could have gotten him the necessary plane to get out of that area. Instead, she just let him die. So definitely should have been pursued. Benghazi should have been talked about. And there's still possible emails that implicate Hillary that may have been completely culled from the collection. Remember Strzok? One good thing out of the House Republican investigation into the Russian collusion issue is they found out that Strzok was in there looking at all the emails on Hillary, and he culled them down to 3,000 and kept 30,000 elsewhere, and we don't know what they said. So more than likely she talked about Benghazi in those emails, and he covered for her. So there is definitely FBI corruption, and I thank the Republicans in that investigation for exposing it. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. That doesn't mean everything the FBI says is bad. The FBI concluded along with the CIA that the Russians did influence the election. Now Donald Trump is getting accused of not allowing the interpreter to reveal any data on their meetings with Putin. Yeah, Donald Trump went to extra measure to not reveal anything on the meetings he had. 5.5 hours of meetings he had over the 2 years, now more because he's meeting with Putin again privately. If I had been under investigation at that time and Trump was under investigation for the Russian collusion, I would have had all my meetings televised to clear any potential for a problem. No, I will never have a beard. I don't believe in beards. I like my jaw and my chin. And if you don't, I'm sorry for you. As I've said before, Trump went to great lengths to hide his conversations with Putin, Russian collusion. This is the story I tweeted today. Anyway, make a long story short, Trump has purposely gone out of his way to stop anyone from finding any information out. And I hope that interpreter that he used is under heavy guard. Because if he isn't, or she isn't, that interpreter knew what happened between him and Putin. Why is he hiding all this information? He sounds like a guilty man. No, that's not acceptable.
I just don't know anything about it. I read it this morning. It's a lot of fake news. That was a very good meeting. It was actually a very successful meeting. And I have those meetings with everything. I just know nothing about it. It was a...
Wait a second. I know nothing about a meeting he has secretly? That's so crazy. Somebody's having a birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. So he doesn't even remember the meetings. He had 5.5-hour meetings with Putin because it was so inconsequential. 5.5-hour meetings. That's more than a reach around session and a circle jerk. Yeah, he's a total liar. But that's why a lot of you people like him, because he tells you what you want to hear. You don't want to hear that he worked with Putin to control the election, do you? You don't want to hear that he's taking orders from Putin right now to shut the government down, do you? The Democrats have every right to protest. And so do the Republicans. And so do we, too. We have every right to protest. But we don't have a single second of media time. We just have the internet. The Democrats, Republicans have unlimited time to talk about things. In a country that claims to be free and democratic, how in the hell can we call ourselves that when we only have two parties? We have the left versus the right. I mean, this is absurd. The only conclusion is that we are completely controlled. Our media is limiting any access to anybody other than the two parties. And when I tried to break into the Democratic Party, they told me to shut up. I said, why are you ratifying the war in Iraq? They said, shut up. This is how they talk to their people at committee meetings. So I said, I'm out of here. I'm starting my own party. Yeah, I believe JFK did a great job. JFK actually got a tax on the rich, better than anything Bernie's pitching. There was a 90% tax on the rich under JFK. And you can thank JFK for the employees' compensation that was going on. No, there was no other person that even remotely close to JFK. That's why they killed him. Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you here? Yeah. If you're in the show, I can't have you in the show if you don't want your face shown. Yeah, that's one of the prerequisites here. You've been recorded in the recorded broadcast with your face in the show. So you're either going to have to stay or leave. Your choice. But I won't put it on the screen anymore if that's upsetting you. We had a viewer, another brother from our show. JFK wanted to destroy the CIA and Fed and make a silverback currency. That's one of the reasons. He also wanted to expose the nuclear enrichment program in Israel. Yeah, they say that Israel and the Mossad may have been behind the JFK assassination. Oh, yeah. And it goes deep, too, because Israel and the Mossad is connection to the mob. They're all connected. The mob, the Vatican, the Masons, they're all connected. You didn't know that? That's why we have a problem in America. They got rid of the best guy we ever could have had. They purposely killed that guy, and then they covered it up. Now, Trump could easily release the information about George H.W. Bush right now because George H.W. Bush is dead. But he hasn't. Another example of how he's covering for the deep state. So we have dirt on George H.W. Bush, conspiracy dirt that could easily come out right now, but we don't have any of that information. Trump stifled it, shut it down, claiming that a standing president was a lie. We couldn't talk about him. But there's more than enough references to George H.W. Bush being the Dallas CIA director when John F. Kennedy was killed. That's a serious allegation. We need to get to the bottom of that. Not at all. I'm not sounding like Von Helton. I'm telling you the truth. There is a cabal at the top of our world. People who have so much money that they make Donald Trump look like a peon. They have trillions of dollars. They're controlling this world, not you or not I, not any of these people that we call Democrats, Republicans. They're simply doing what they're told. There's no independent politician running except for me right now. I'm the only true independent in the whole country. Everyone else is just a complete joke. They're easily buyable in the Democratic Republican Party. Easily. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand the reach of money and how powerful money has been. Now, I'm not running this show on money. As you can see, I get hardly any donations. We have a show, we do it with free internet access. On any single level, we're doing everything we can to stop this, and we're not funded. And that's what makes this real and authentic. When I say the Masons, the Vatican, and the mob are all connected, they are. It's a known fact. I'm not trying to sound like Von Helton. He tried to sound like me. If you don't recognize that there's 13 families that run the world at the top of the pyramid, you just don't get it. Tonight we exposed the Clintons a little bit more in our pre-show. I showed you how the Shermans, who were a very, very successful generic pharmaceutical couple in Canada, they had a $3.5 billion business, how they were both killed, and they're still looking for the murderer. Their children are trying to crack the case, but there's no leads. These are the two people that were the biggest, most powerful Clinton supporters in the Clinton Foundation. There was another person as well that was killed right around the same time, who was a big Clinton Foundation supporter. Kate Spade. Remember Kate Spade? Her handbags were so popular. They found her body with a red scarf wrapped around it, hanging. Supposedly, I've yet to see any crime scene photographs of it. But the weird part about this, Andy Spade, her husband, the next day wore a mouse mask with a red scarf on it. Look at this. This is serious stuff. I mean, this implies guilt in many ways. There's something wrong here.
Kate Spade's husband is hiding his grief in a mouse mask. 2 days after Kate's shocking suicide, Andy Spade left his Manhattan apartment wearing the bizarre mask.
All right, so
Photographers surrounded him and expressed sympathy as Spade appealed for...
that to me is an indication that this man was probably threatened, that if he didn't wear a rat mask, implying Kate Spade was a rat with a red scarf on it. I mean, who wears a mask like that when their spouse dies, even though they were in a separation? It's just so incredibly inappropriate. Dr. Mentos is pondering the possibility that this is something weird. Hey, man. Hey, Dr. Mentos, I'm putting you on the camera. Another brother doesn't want to be on the camera. But yeah, it's suspicious to me. Yeah, very suspicious. Okay, Sarah is in the room. Thank you very much. I'm going to drop the subjects of conspiracies right now, and we'll pick up when I get back. But right now, we're going to talk about just general stuff, because Sarah it really is an average person who just wants to talk about stuff, not conspiracy stuff, which is perfectly fine. I do not force any of you to want to think about conspiracies in any way. No, I'm an average person who thinks about conspiracies. She doesn't. Okay?
Dave is above average person that thinks about conspiracies.
Well, you're an above average person too. You're going for your master's degree. I mean, there's so many things that you have that I don't have, and I'm impressed with all your abilities, Sarah. I mean, you are a very bright, intelligent person, just as intelligent as I am, that's for sure.
Yes, it doesn't make me less intelligent because I don't believe in conspiracies or have an open mind to that.
It doesn't. I'm not trying to judge people that don't want to believe anything is weird in the world. I absolutely think that we all have to come to our understanding in our own way. And I didn't come into this show in 2008 thinking that, gee, the New World Order really is trying to take control of our two-party system. I learned it. I didn't even know what the word Illuminati was until somebody explained it to me. I mean, I virtually was a virgin in the conspiracy world when I started in 2008. And you can see that I just simply felt in my heart that a third party was going to help solve these problems. The elitists, I used to call them the elitists. But now it's becoming more obvious that there's a cabal of people, in my mind, that are controlling the world. And they're trying to direct us toward a new world order. And that's what we're fighting. All right, thank you, Sarah, for coming in and giving me a break. I will make some dinner. Oh, you're doing up your hair. That's great. I don't know what that conspiracy is in Finland. Okay. So if you don't want to be seen by millions of people, then don't come into the pro-cam section. I have not seen a Gillette commercial. They're condemning Representative Steve King over white supremacy comments. I'll get to that later. The Republicans have a white supremacist among them. They're trying to stop that guy from getting known. I don't smoke cigarettes, no. Nope. All right. Thank you.
Maybe like a French twist, what I usually call it, but maybe a altered version because I use this awesome clip. What are the requirements in Washington to get on the ballot and become an official candidate? I'll have to look it up. Where do I look it up? On our old website, where I did the research at one time back in 2012. So let me go to americasthirdparty.com. Let me show you what I'm doing. Let me just double check. Old site. And I have, let's see. Oh, choose the place to get David on the ballot. This was our old site. So I like Washington, for instance. For minor party and independent candidates, they used to do this. It might have changed. Used to be how to have a nominating convention, and they used to have that certificates of nomination. Unless you've received 5% of the vote cast at the last preceding state general election. Yeah, Ballotpedia is a good site too. I also have to send in information for the FEC. A candidate, yes, these are all the requirements to be a candidate for president. Must be a natural born citizen of the U.S., at least 35 years old, and a resident of the United States for at least 14 years. They may declare his or her candidacy at any time, but once he or she receives contributions or makes expenditures in excess of $5,000, the candidate must register with the Federal Election Commission within 15 days. In fact, though, you can register with the Federal Election Commission before that, out of to do that. Well, I have chosen not. I did not file the paperwork with the Federal Election Commission for David to run for president. I'll print it out and David can fill it out. But a candidate can declare anytime. It's only register with the FEC is if you have the 5,000, even though I am doing the FEC paperwork already. How lovely. 453 people are running for president. Lovely. Right. Well, yes. even though I had done that in the 2016 election. It's just another piece of paperwork, and I've got to... Oh, crap. I have to do it anyway, so... Yeah, I have a lot of homework. I do paperwork. All right. You didn't do homework in school? All right. That's fine. You want David in 2024? I might as well do like somebody else did and just file for the next few years. Next few elections, I guess. You had a problem with your camera? Okay. What am I doing? I'm making my list of my homework I need to do. That's what I'm doing. All right, looks like it works now, Kashmir. Yes, I can see you, Kashmir. There's no need to call anybody names, Mark. 963. I think I'm the one that has that problem, Howie. Because I eat the Brussels sprouts as well. Well, thanks. Yeah, well, thank you. Even if you didn't mean to, it's got to be done, so. I have other things to do, a lot of other things to do, so I'll just do it. Well, I'm sure he'd like to find someone that believes in the conspiracies that he believes in, maybe. What is ILFs? Are you making up stuff again? I love fries because you're jealous that I'm with David. I totally understand that because I can understand how you'd be jealous of David, me being with David. Hello, DT Allura. What else? Guess I won't be watching TV tonight. Okay. Thanks. Doesn't really matter to me. All right, Robert, I can take care of that. Better? I'm not going to pull any gray hairs. I might dye my hair eventually. Thank you, 179. Yes, I do have nice thick hair. Yes, you did tell me that before, Mark. All right, what else do I need to do? I know I have something else I need to do, but I'll just leave it like that. If we went to Mars, we would be aliens on Mars, yes. Okay, I was going to look at the news, I guess, a little bit. While I'm here. And then I'll go in the other room and do all my homework. How are you, Allura? One more night, I'll keep broadcasting. I'm sure it is a good song. Wow. Trump says he'll never ever back down on border security. He's just costing our government a ton more money because the Senate, I don't know about the House, they passed a bill saying, don't worry, if you're furloughed, you will eventually get paid for not working. So basically we have lost productivity when people will be getting paid for not working. Therefore, the shutdown will cost the government more money. What am I talking about Trump costing anyone? I'm talking about all of those people that are currently not working will eventually be paid for not working. Because they will say they have lost income, and they do have lost income. They're not allowed to work during this shutdown, and they've already passed a bill saying, this was according to NPR News, who was interviewing Newt Gingrich this morning. And it basically said that they had already passed a bill that said that the furloughed workers will get paid. I've got to double check that news story, but I heard it on NPR. I heard it from Newt Gingrich. That's the source. So they say, he was saying, yeah, they passed a, here's one in Fed Week. Trump's economic advisors compared the shutdown to a vacation, and not just a vacation, a paid vacation. It's not just the wall we're talking about. We're talking about people who are not working. Here's a story, came out today in Fed Week that says back pay for furloughed employees virtually assured, but when? Federal employees who have been on unpaid furlough since the partial government shutdown began are now virtually assured of receiving back pay for that time. Although when that will happen is another question, one which political leaders still don't seem to have an answer. Into the 4th week of the government shutdown, this is the longest shutdown ever, Congress has passed S-24, which will follow the pattern of prior shutdowns and grant back pay to those furloughed. Those who have remained on the job but unpaid are guaranteed that they will be paid for that time because the government has incurred an obligation to them. The measure passed the House 411-7 and passed the Senate by acclamation, meaning everybody just said the yeas have it. And even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has said President Trump assured him that he will sign the bill. But either way, the back pay won't be paid until funding is restored for the affected agencies. Therefore, yeah, basically the furloughed workers are on paid vacation, but they won't get paid until the government starts up again. I mean, it's very difficult for them, I understand, because they have bills to pay. So many of them are actually going to go into debt because they'll take out personal loans with this assurance that they will be paid when the government starts up again. But Trump could say, both parties, all the parties involved could say that they're not going to reach an agreement. Yeah, what do you think it's about, Mark? He could just say he's going to veto everything. But we'll see. I mean, unless Trump vetoes that bill, this Senate bill, but because they've decided S-24, they've decided to pay the furloughed workers, then the furloughed workers, we're not having them work. They're going to get paid for staying at home. In that way, the government is losing money because they're losing productivity from the people that would have been working but are currently furloughed. Yes, I have always advised everyone to keep extra money in their bank in case of emergencies. The very minimum, you should save up $1,000, and then from there, you should save up more. Well, can't he hasn't, Trump's not necessarily the one that needs to present the planned budget for appropriations. I mean, he can present a budget, but he's not the Congress. It's up to Congress. Oh, I understand. Well, the thing is, yield then stop. We can ask Google. Google would know better than David the answer to your question, but that's highly unlikely because in America, if you have to go to an emergency room to be treated to prevent death, you can do that without having to pay immediately. You get billed for it. Yeah, you're right, Scissor Fight. Why don't we take all the drug money that has been confiscated and use that towards the wall? That's true, Mark. There was some kind of GoFundMe, but it was created by somebody that has been known to use GoFundMe money for other things, and I guess there was something about using that money on private property. I don't even know. Yeah, bad campaign promises. True. I agree with what you guys are saying on that. Trump vows he'll never ever back down on border security. And farmers are conflicted about Trump. Trump visits a national annual farmer convention.
Dr. West, your reaction to the congressman being stripped of his upcoming committee assignments. Is that enough?
I was just reading about Senator King's remarks that have been deemed racist. This is now the longest shutdown in history, partial shutdown, and they're going to repay everyone. You think 179 thinks his whole generation is in the Twilight Zone? You're sure not everyone is aware that you can go to an emergency room? Yes, I know. You wish I took calls. I'm glad I don't. I have enough stuff to deal with than calls. And it's true, I could take calls, but I could also visit everybody in the country and talk to them for half an hour in my life, but no. Thanks, Jackson. Yes, we have talked. Yeah, I don't want to make crank calls. I'm not a person like that. I don't like a troll. No. I just don't do it. Okay, the majority of opioids and all kinds of other things that are connected to opioids are coming through the point of entry. Some of them are saying, like, he's saying, build a wall, it'll keep drugs out. And they're like, actually, it won't. A Democrat believes there's serious differences about what we should be doing, about what people think we should be doing for border security. They call the amount of opioids coming through ports of entry a real threat. She said people should know that opioids arrive in the United States through smugglers approaching legal points of entry. The majority of opioids and all kinds of other things that are connected to the opioids are coming through the legal points of entry. They're not coming with an individual person. Maybe some are, but mostly they're coming in trucks, they're coming in cars, they're coming right through a point of entry. The fence, the wall, the concrete wall the president's talking about, from most of the experts, doesn't make a difference in limiting the amount of opioids coming into the country. David's going to be running against Trump. I love fries. If David saw what you just typed, he would probably purge you or ban you. According to Cato Institute, legalizing marijuana is securing the border. Trump has repeatedly cited drug smuggling to justify a border wall. Because it's difficult to conceal, marijuana is the main drug transported between ports of entry where a border wall would matter. Border Patrol seizure figures demonstrate that marijuana flows have fallen continuously since 2014, when states began to legalize marijuana. After decades of progress and no progress, never being able to reduce marijuana smuggling, suddenly they legalize it and there's no smuggling happening.
You want me to cover your window?
I already did.
Oh, good.
Did you do the heater thing?
Yeah, I turned that on.
The value of all drugs seized by the average agent has fallen by 70% since fiscal year 2013. Without marijuana coming in between ports of entry, drug smuggling activity now primarily occurs at ports of entry,
right,
where a border wall would actually have no effect.
That's not to say it wouldn't prevent future drug interdiction. Just because it isn't coming over the border right now. Because our Border Patrol is doing a good job. It's like they're doing a good
smugglers
job and, you know,
bring mainly hard drugs through ports. Yeah.
But I agree. I mean, that's clearly where the drugs are coming through ports. You know that there's no small airports in America that are being monitored by the FAA?
Oh, at least a decade ago.
Well, I called up, and a decade ago they told me they had no video monitoring of any small airports in this country. And these are people that are no longer working right now because of the furlough. You know, so I think we can do without these people for a while. It's not that big of a deal. I'm worried about food stamps for people next month and welfare.
Did you know they passed a bill, S-24, Senate Bill 24, passed by both houses, Congress and the House, and probably will be signed into law by Trump, which basically says all the furloughed workers will be paid once they appropriate funding, meaning that this shutdown is actually going to cost the government a ton of money because all of those furloughed workers are basically on paid vacation, and we're not benefiting from any productivity from people who are getting paid to sit and not work.
You're right. We're losing money.
So we will end up losing a ton of money, more than probably billions of dollars, on $5 billion on the furloughed workers that aren't getting paid. I mean, if you say, like they say, there's the and then Pay It Furloughed offers a way to buy a beer for federal workers hit by the shutdown. I hope they pay it forward once they're paid by the government, because basically they're all but guaranteed a paycheck. Wow. Oh yes, they will completely be paid, and they'll still have their vacations intact. They're not considering that vacation. Slow Mode says, Sarah, don't forget, they do have bills, and there will be late fees on bills that they don't get paid, that aren't being paid, on loans that get renegotiated at a higher interest rate. I agree. 179's right. They can't dump everything on Trump because the Democrats are also responsible. The Democrats may be even more responsible. Congress is responsible for not passing an appropriation legislation. Whether Trump signs it or not, they should still pass it through, and pass one through every single day till he signs it and or vetoes it. And if he doesn't veto it, there will eventually be enough 60% to override him. 60% of the vote to override him.
They might have
So
to.
why don't they just pass an appropriation bill? Don't fund the wall, but keep passing it. Let Trump veto it.
Right.
And then pass it.
Yep. And then pass it with 67% of the Senate and Congress. I mean, we can do this.
Yeah,
we can
2/3 of
bypass
the vote.
Trump. The whole country can bypass Trump.
67%.
And a lot of Republicans will be blamed if they don't do that. Anyway. The late fees on bills that are not being paid and loans that are, the huge cost to the general population, I agree. It will cost $2 billion, 16 days of shutdown, but I'm in favor of the shutdown. Now is the time to actually get rid of jobs that Americans are taking up. Our government is not suffering that great of a major loss. The people who are not earning money are suffering, but our nation is not suffering. We're saving money in the long run if we just fire these people. Why wouldn't this be a good opportunity to put a new budget together without these jobs? We don't even need the TSA. We could replace them with the National Guard or the Coast Guard. We seriously don't need to hire people that are doing veritably nothing. Hey, man, fire them all, except for the people that are critical to the infrastructure. I am a fiscal conservative. That's not a Democrat. No, I'm a centrist. It is good. Yeah, you people who want to keep throwing money at problems, like you Democrats that are sitting in our room roosting like a bunch of old hens, you're no longer relevant. Our country is wasting tons of money. We can't even meet our zero deficit. We're $1 trillion over our mark every year. We're overspending $1 trillion every year. Do the research. It's unbelievable.
I've got my to-do list.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, thanks, Sarah, for all that. Luckily, today's the 14th. We're good. There's no big hurry on anything, but thank you for being on it. No, we wouldn't be a police state. Name one single situation where cops have prevented a crime. We don't really know. That's weird. Hang on. Huh. Very strange. A power surge of some sort just went into my backup battery system. That was weird. Yeah. Okay. We would have a bunch of people thinking they could get away with things. I agree there. Yeah, we can barely pay the interest, Jackson. We're doing great. I know. Imagine living your life like that. You'd be completely on the street. You'd be bankrupt. If our leaders were held accountable for the losses this country's suffering, they'd all be on the street in homeless cardboard boxes. Every single government politician that's wasting tons of your money and pretending like they're helping. You've been addicted to that money, haven't you, Busy? A lot of people have. They really think that we should just keep throwing money at problems and it's going to solve them, even though it never does. Wow, we've got a lot of rethinking to do to get this country to run right, I'll tell you that. It's pathetic. I'm shocked. Every day I hear about this excess by our leaders. I'm blown away. You know, during the shutdown, I'm getting jets fly over my house all the time. Oh, they've got more than enough money to throw $10,000 per tank full to fly back and forth to test the pilots and the jets out. Oh, no problem. And plus, it's decibel levels that are hurtful to the ears. I have to run inside. I have to get underneath my double insulated roof. Oh, but they got plenty of money for that. Yeah. No, less people will suffer because less people will be pulled over by cops when they're driving down the road 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Or maybe they bumped that little line on the side because they weren't exactly paying attention. Instead of getting a ticket or pulled over. And their whole life will be so much better off. Most people are not being ticketed when they're going 100 miles an hour on the major highways in America. I know because I've driven these highways and I've seen most people drive like 100 miles an hour now. They don't care. The police don't really help. In fact, they're killing 1,200 people a year in America. Half of them are not even armed. And you're talking about the importance of the police, and they're committing brutality beyond what your wildest imagination. Oh, well, but we need them. It's very important. Well, maybe you do drive slow, but that can be a ticketable offense too. Police are simply revenue collectors. They've been sitting collecting revenue for decades, and they continue to build their importance by collecting revenues and pull people over. It's insane. I really don't even like driving always on eggshells. Not to avoid a conflict or any traffic accident, but always on eggshells to be worried that somebody's going to pull me over if I'm going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. You know how many times I've been pulled over in Washington? 10 times. 10 times. Not one ticket, mind you, because these are like petty little crimes that are not even crimes. No, there's nothing, no harm being done to anybody when you're driving 5 miles an hour with the speed limit. But I've been pulled over for that. Yep. Many times. I got pulled over one time driving back from Seattle, and a car was, was just hanging behind. I may have hit the line because I was really tired. It was like a 3-hour drive. And I was purchasing something. In the back of my vehicle was a TV set. And I got pulled over. This is many years ago, but pulled over in my own neighborhood. And I explained to the man I was, on a long trip from Seattle, and I had done some shopping. He says, "Oh, well, what's that? Do you have a receipt for that?" "That's a TV set I bought." "Do you have a receipt?" I actually had to produce a receipt for him. Like that's part of his inquiry to find out if I stole the TV set. What about being pulled over because you're crossing a line about this far? But I complied with everything he said, and I was very nice. And, you know, as long as you're nice to them and you make sure that you're not going to do that again. You know, you got to repeat that. Well, I won't do that again. That's important. Thank you, Leonard. Once you say whatever they want to hear, they'll usually let you off with just a warning. That's a good bit of advice to anybody. But if you immediately start saying, I'm a sovereign citizen, I don't have to talk to you, you will be hauled out of that car, drug tested, and probably sent to prison. All right. Just so you know, that's how you have to be nice to cops. But we really don't need them. We need emergency vehicles on the highway. I can pay them half the salary they're currently getting to do that. You know, make sure they have a good charging unit and plenty of backup battery power. A little push to give somebody a push. They're emergency vehicle experts. That's all they should be. Not pulling you over to harass you and make you feel like you're living in a police state. Where the hell did this country decide to turn our entire nation into a police state like the Nazi concentration camps? Somewhere along the line, they decided that's what they want here. Well, the more you research this, the more you realize the Nazis embedded themselves in our government before the end of the World War II. They actually have people in our government over the years who have had Nazi roots. And I have only one thing to say other than George H.W. Bush. And that is that these Nazis came in through the Operation Paperclip. Yeah, let me pull up George H.W. Bush's picture here. Barbara Bush. We just lost George H.W. and Barbara. George H.W. has very strange Germanic roots that may very well precede him. After, dying, we could no longer get him to testify on the JFK assassination. That's pretty much a done deal, but George H.W. Bush is, oh, this is funny.
We're back with the Bushes, who have always been so gracious to me personally and to our staff at the White House, at their home in Kennebunkport, here in Houston as well. We've had a closeness that hard to describe over these years. Spent so much time together. It's great knowing them and talking to them and seeing them. Special to me here tonight. You also disclose, Barbara, George discloses something very personal about you, which he says you gave him special permission to write about. He wrote that when you once had a miscarriage, you showed him the fetus in the jar.
Now, really,
we touched on it before, but we didn't elaborate.
Put it in the jar.
What?
It's not in the library. No,
I know.
Paula put it in a jar, and I was shocked when she gave it to him but your memory's dim a little bit, but anyway, but he was very...
shocked that he put it in the book?
No, he asked permission, and I gave him permission if it's his book.
You know, who wouldn't want to keep their dead fetus in a jar, you know? Yeah, makes you wonder what's going on there. I'm telling you, she thought that was perfectly okay to keep your dead fetus in a jar on the shelf. Well, her father, it turns out, was the Beast, Aleister Crowley. Yeah, there's evidence that she may very well have been the daughter. Now, I've seen more than enough to convince me that this is the case, of Aleister Crowley, the Beast, the guy who was a Satanist in the early 1900s.
By 1924, Crowley was living in poverty in France. An old friend and famous literary figure and occultist, Frank Harris, kindly took him under his roof. Frank Harris lived with a woman by the name of Nellie O'Hara. If what has been written in later years can be believed, Nellie had a friend in America, Pauline Pierce, who was married to Marvin Pierce, head of the McCall Corporation. In early 1924, Pauline traveled to France to stay with her friend. Thus it was that four individuals came together: Frank Harris, Nellie O'Hara, Pauline Pierce, and Aleister Crowley. According to Crowley's diaries, during this period in Paris, Crowley underwent the supreme ordeal linked with his realization of the grave of Ipsissimus. According to a description of the rite, on the appointed day, the candidate is attended by one or more chosen and experienced attendants whose duty is A, to exhaust him sexually by every known means, B.
Okay, I can't. This is like ancient porn. But needless to say, when you compare their faces, and Barbara Bush's face is very similar to Aleister Crowley's face. Let me pull this up for you. Hang on. Here's Barbara. Barbara Bush. Aleister Crowley. You'll see there is direct connection in the way they look. This is not fake news. This is real, Kenny. Wake the hell up. Some of you people who think everything's fake because Trump came on the scene, Trump only said it was fake because he didn't want you to know about the Russian connection. Oh, it's all fake news. It's all fake news. They didn't want you to know that there's a Russian connection here. Yeah, we've got a lot of similar faces. Here, let's see, Aleister Crowley. There's one of them. There's Aleister and his daughter, Barbara. Yeah, so there's definitely a connection here. Now that's nothing. Barbara Bush being the patron daughter of the devil, that's just minor compared to George H.W. Bush having roots in Nazi Germany. That's right. George H. Scherf Jr. was born in Nazi Germany and worked as a Nazi. And that's what's really scary. He was adopted by Prescott Bush. I don't know who that Kenny is, no. He was adopted by Prescott Bush and instantly became, a big part of his family. Prescott Bush, the grandfather, George W., was caught money laundering for Hitler as the vice president and director of Union Bank of New York. So there's Prescott Bush, a known Nazi collaborator, and George H. Scherf, who kind of looked like him, except the nose is slightly different. So he kind of took him under his wing and adopted him. George H.W. had a square chin, and Prescott had a chin more like mine. And this was a big thing. So George H.W. Bush was immediately the darling of the Nazi Party coming over to America. This is all before Hitler was deposed of his power. So the Bush family essentially started with making deals with the devil, working with the Nazis. Isn't that something? That's a conspiracy theory that I think all of you could spend a lot of time thinking about, because it explains almost everything that's been going on in America. It's why our country has this police state forming. A human trafficking bust is happening now. Good. I hope they stop all these people who are trafficking humans and children, but we only see a scant amount stopped. That's the problem. No, Gorbachev is out of the scene. He was relegated to he's lucky to be alive. The mob took over Russia when the Soviet Union was destroyed. And ironically, George H.W. Bush was the instrument by which the Soviet Union was destroyed. And this story continues to connect the dots and move forward. George H.W. Bush was involved in getting a money loan, a bond issue of $240 billion in 1991, September 11th, 1991. George H.W. Bush, the grandfather, or the older man who just died, he was responsible for taking that $240 billion in a loan that he got September 11th, 1991, and used it to take apart the Russian economy, the Soviet economy. The New World Order acted through this Nazi consortium, if you will. We'll call them the New World Order now, for lack of a better word. But the Nazi consortium worked to get George H.W. Bush to break down the Soviet Union. Then they found a very greedy guy who happened to be the son of the food taster of Joseph Stalin. His name is Vladimir Putin. He was the son of the food taster of Stalin. He worked with the mob directly, and he was very bribable, and they liked that. So they bribed Vladimir Putin all these years. Now, Vladimir Putin is one of the richest men in the world. They say he has up to $200 billion personal savings, makes Donald look like a peon. Seriously. And now they're using Vladimir Putin to get back at us and continue eroding our national boundaries, our sovereignty, our cohesiveness as a nation. So they're using that same technique back and forth. The Russians are now working against us, just like we took down the Soviet Union. Are you getting the drift? There's somebody behind this entire scrim who's got way more power and more money than Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump or anyone else in this country. They're the ones behind the scrim. They are the Wizard of Oz. So you pretty much got a lesson in conspiracy theory very quickly. And on top of it, their goal, now this gets even better, their goal is to actually get rid of 90% of the population. That's why we are actually being poisoned, and they don't even care. If the world looked like this, they'd be happy, as long as they're underground with their biosphere and they're being fed and they get rid of us. So their plan now, just like Hitler had his plan, their plan is to do the same thing Hitler did, but in a different way. Slowly kill us or rapidly kill us, whichever they prefer. Now, that's called depopulation, and that's really the conspiracy 101. If you're looking at conspiracies, that's at the root of every conspiracy theory. Somebody wants to get rid of somebody, and they want to get rid of 90% of the population. So they created a plan that they even put in stone, and they even put it in the ground, and it's called the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones are a plan to get the entire world population down to 500 million people. This has already been, established. It was in 1980 at the end of Reagan's presidency. Well, Ronald Reagan didn't really know what was going on anyway, so. But the Georgia Guidestones, you can actually go see them and read that they want to get the population down to 500 million people. This is real. They spent great lengths to covering up who owns this, too. It's shielded in shell corporations. You can't even find out who owns the property. So their plan really is to just, eliminate the population. So that's at the bottom of why they're doing it. And you may ask, well, why would they want to get rid of the population if we made them rich? Well, guess what? They don't need humans anymore. They have AI systems. They have automatic, artificial, robotic intelligence. I mean, they've got an artificial system in place to start producing cars. Most of your cars are now being made by robots. They say 30% of the population will disappear. 30% of the population of workers will disappear in the category of 80,000 or more in 10 years. If you're making 20,000 right now, you'll be getting about, you're going to lose your job, because in 10 years, 85% of the people making 20,000 are going to be without a job. Kenny, you're getting really old here, saying that Von Helton's been copying me for years, okay? But it could be that Von Helton's onto something. All right. Stephen King first plagiarized other people's books, then getting them removed from committees. I didn't know that, Rex. Yeah. Rex 360, how could you be in jail, man? I didn't realize you were in jail. Sorry. Are you typing from jail right now, Rex? We could always op you again. Do you want me to op you, Rex 360, in jail? I know the car company has no right to use Tesla's name. You're right. I think a lot of you are running into a situation where you want to charge your phone without a wire. It's such a bother to put that phone back on the phone charger, isn't it? So they're actually looking at creating wireless technology. Well, Apple decided that they're not interested in sharing their Apple wireless charging technology. It's being put on hold right now because it's clearly unsafe. Everything Tesla did was unsafe. Just like the 5G network is unsafe right now. No, I think some guy just created an account. Rex is not in jail. He's just created an account. Yeah. It's not appropriate to attack somebody who's not even in the room. He peed in his pants on camera? Wow. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. It's rare that you get to see that. The world is waking up, David. We use the tech against those who would use it against us. The future is bright. Oh, are you here to represent the elitists? Guess 453. Yeah, you don't get to see the picture of him peeing on himself. All right. Well, it's not like I personally think that Donald Trump should order the sex selfie to be completely brought forth. They were saying Mad Dog was doing that. They have a photograph of him doing that. I don't really care. Stephen King was removed from the House for a white supremacist statement. Let's take a look at that. I'm not sure why I can't see this. There we go. No, it's not coming in. Okay, so Chris Stewart calls for Representative Stephen King's resignation. It's not the first time that he's said these things. The party is cringes. I wish he'd resign, frankly. Okay. Not bad. Not all he's supposed to protect. I'm not sure what he said, and I can't get anything off of this Twitter feed. So, thank you. I don't really care to repeat some white supremacist statement. I'm morally against white supremacy or supremacism. Yugoslavia was broken up with a New World Order too, because it was a cooperation of different beliefs which threatened them. Exactly, Victory for Cake. Yugoslavia was held in control for many years by a boss, Marshal Tito. And his life and times were, all about control. And autocratic leaders like that oftentimes had greater control. But when the New World Order, wanted to control Yugoslavia, you saw what happened. Terrible loss of life, human bloodshed left and right. Whenever they meddle in the nation-state model, these elitists, there's always war. They try to take over every nation they can. They're trying to control Syria. They used our country over the past few years to push that agenda, and it didn't work. They thought they'd do to Syria what they did to Libya. When they overturned Muammar Gaddafi's regime, he was actually creating currency for himself. He had a huge oil, gold supply. What happened to the gold supply from Libya? No one knows. Who does know, or who did know, Christopher Stevens. But he died. He was allowed to be killed. They poisoned him with diesel. They allowed him to be killed because he knew too much. He knew what happened to the gold that Libya had. But now we don't even know where the gold is. We have no oversight whatsoever. We're largely left in the dark. When you listen to the news at night, that's just the controlled talking points that they're delivering. They don't want you to know anything about what's really going on. That's pretty much a rule. You have to live by that. And if you think everything is fake news, you'll never learn anything. If you want to be like Donald, it's all fake news, and ignore the fact that Russia controlled our election and who won it, purposely ignoring that, you would know nothing, because Donald is lying. He doesn't want anyone to know that he used Russia's help to win the election. He can't accept that. That's why this process of revealing the Russian collusion will continue until we actually get him impeached or resigned. Trump is not going to have a second run in 2020 unless he rebrands himself and gets everything out on the table. I want to see the transcripts of the translator of all of his meetings with Vladimir Putin. Yeah, they took money from Iraq and Libya. Exactly. That's why we have these ridiculous conventional wars. It's not to minimize conflict, it's to create more. No, I'm not lying to myself, Jim. That's a very outlandish statement, and I got to tell you, you really don't understand what's happening. Anybody who believes that there's a third party forming in America, you're looking at it, and it's not forming. It's just hanging on by its shinny skin. The only reason why we even have this show every night is because I dedicated my life to this. For no profit whatsoever. People have been making money left and right, stopping us and censoring us. That tells you something, doesn't it? The most dangerous person in a corrupt society like we live in is an honest man. And they see me coming. I'm an honest man who is definitely out for justice. And if these people don't like that, then they definitely are worried that I'm going to be successful at this. This is why I'm censored every day. Yeah, Sheldon Adelson was Russian, right? George Soros has Hungarian Soviet roots. How long are you at all this type of lark? I'm not sure what. If we don't come up with a better solution for America than the Democrats and Republicans, which we have a better solution, and if we don't get any media time in the next year, we're not going to be able to build an alternative to the two parties. We're going to be stuck with, Hillary running again. Who knows? She's talking about running again. And Donald running again. And all of you can blame yourselves for not stepping up and building a political coalition by donating or by participating. But I do thank people for telling people about our effort. But we have not been censored in the world audience. UHF bypassed the power of the rich people. UHF broadcasts and rebroadcasts of our show have the ability to penetrate large audiences, but most of the people watching are poor. So really the poor are aware of this movement around the world, but America is not. Only 1 million people have been told about what we're doing here. And that's only through sheer either watching us or hearing people talk about me in a negative way, calling me names or denigrating our efforts, whatever. There are a lot of people that do this. So what you people think is going on is just what's fed to you. Sorry to tell you, but that's just the way it is. And if you want to call everything fake news, you won't be learning anything. Because there's a lot of very good information filtered through the internet, and thank goodness we've got the internet, that give us this ability to get more and more information so that you all can individually make your assessments as to what is true and what's not. But to call people names, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're like Von Helton. That's just absurd. You're not addressing the core problems facing the country, which are obviously involve meddling. The New World Order has been meddling in Russian government and the U.S. government. And the only reason why we are not at war with Russia directly yet is because they haven't decided which area they want to test our weapons. So if Vladimir Putin decides he's going to pursue an armed military invasion of Ukraine against our wishes, our president probably is going to say, Larry, where do you want to send the troops? Where do you want us to be positioned so that for maximum damage to the U.S. troops? Because Donald Trump has a sex tape out there that he's not willing to show the world and get that out of the way. Right now, it's obviously in play, being manipulating him, blackmailing him. Something's going on with this sex selfie that he has. That's why we're in danger right now of a potential conflict, a conventional conflict with Russia. Because the people that control our country and their country, the Zionists, for lack of a better word, these people who have ties, deep ties with the Mossad and other agencies, they essentially want us to test our weapons against each other. So don't be surprised if there is not a conventional war in Ukraine or Syria in the near future. And what a better way to divert your attention from the Russian collusion, Trump would love that. Start a war. Shut the government down. Do like Russia says, shut the government down and then start a war. Well, we know that these people have been working in the scenes to try to control us and watching what we do. This is a Russian plan. But it's more than a Russian plan. It's a Zionist Russian plan. It's an oligarch plan. I support Israel, yes, only as an ally. But I don't support any New World Order Zionist decisions to control the world. When Israel was formed, that was almost an illegal action. But now that it's over, we have to accept them as a nation and move on. I'm not going to give our America back to the Native Americans and say, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to, you can take over. So I don't expect Israel to do the same, but we've had people coming into our show who are obviously Russian plants, like this woman.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sondheim for president 2020.
Yeah, we don't even know who that was. Yeah, she was very pretty, and she tried to engage me in some sort of chat, and I wouldn't do it. No. Yeah. And her accent was absolutely perfect. She claimed to be from Latvia, but she had a perfect U.S. American accent. I haven't touched myself thinking of her, no, because she's not my type, but I'm not interested in another woman. I'm happy with one woman in my life. Thank you. But not only was she not above board about her background, somebody vouched for her, and it got real weird. Some English guy got online saying, oh yeah, I know her. She works over at a casino, online casino out of Bulgaria. Oh, right, okay. And then he says, yeah, man, I'm an online gambler. And I'm going, oh, really? You know, he starts telling me about how he makes $800 a day gambling. Oh, it's real easy, man. All you got to do is go into so-and-so, the online casino, and get your free tabs. And he's telling me how to cheat online gambling. I was like, don't tell me any of that. I'm not interested in online cheating or gambling. But then I put two and two together. I realized that not only was she trying to engage me in some sex chat, and he was trying to talk about online cheating and gambling and making lots of money, like too big to be true stories. But the fact that he vouched for her exposed the connection. So I went ahead and banned him. It's called honey trapping, exactly. And I said to him, I said, we don't want Russian spies in here. And he freaked. We were doxxed the next 15 days, nonstop. They were definitely Mossad agents working for either Russian oligarchs or U.S. oligarchs. Or both. Because remember, this conspiracy stretches across the continent. This is not just a Russian plan. This is a Zionist plan. This is a huge money plan. And their goal is to actually control both nations and test their weapons out. One of the ways they want to get rid of the human population is to have us attack each other. They would be, yeah, they're trying to. And if they had us start a war or have Russia start a war with the U.S., then they could test their weapons out and kill people. Because they want to know who has superior weapons. Because they put a lot of money into Russia's military or Soviet Union military, and they put a lot of money into the U.S. military. They want to see who's better. So they can continue solidifying their goal of controlling the world with military weapons. I don't have any followers in jail. If they are, I don't know about it. I am definitely interested in having a normal life like everyone else. Like all of you humans. I too want to be like you. Human. I have tried. No, actually, I was born in America. I was born in Los Angeles, California, the city. And I can tell you that my time here has been very blessed. I don't think anybody could have a more blessed life up to this point in terms of being born into a middle-class family and having a decent life in a country where I could still, go down to a fast food place a few miles away and still find burgers in the dumpster if I had to. Not that I've ever eaten burgers out of the dumpster, but I mean, our country's pretty rich. I don't know if you realize how lucky you are living here. So I think many of us in America have to understand, if we want to protect our great nation and our great asset, we're going to have to keep these people out of our government. But they're heavily nesting in our government right now. I would never sell out to money or power. I cannot imagine what their goal is to trap every single politician out there, but they've got most of them on a short string. They use sex against them usually. They've got sex crimes they put out. A lot of people in government are invited into these parties at the K Street parties. K Street is a place in Washington that offers next to zero cost practically to live there. Well, that's too good to be true, right? And they have these parties, and I think they use those parties to trap people in sex games with underage minors or something. Don't know what you're up to. Nice to be me or Brabant, yeah. Trump serves burger fries to college football champions. Huh. I'm going to get that phone, but let's take a look if this is a real story or not. Oh, yeah, I heard he catered the event. Yep, I heard this is a big thing. He talks to the media about the table full of fast food at the State Department. Trump was bragging about his fast food diet. He catered it at a fast food joint. Look at that. What do you beat a pack of victorious Tigers? If you're President Trump and Tigers in question the college football playoff champion, Clemson Tigers, the answer is obvious. We ordered fast food, paid for by me, lots of hamburgers, lots of pizza. He knows how to win over the people, you know, and every one of these people that eats this will eventually come down with heart disease and die because they're overeating their fast foods. A net loss to our country to have a president like Trump encouraging serious physical trauma by forcing people to eat fast food at his request. The Airlander 10, prototype of world's longest aircraft, retired. So they're going to end this. This plane is no longer. The UK firm behind Plane Airship Hybrid says it will rethink the skies to build new model. Oh, good. Good. Well, they're going to make more of these. My idea of the blimp plane has always been very cutting edge. I even told the Boeing people in 2009 about it, and they immediately started working on their hybrid Boeing plane, blimp plane. The blimp plane's always been a big part of our show. I believe that we could take a lot of fuselage from old planes and adapt them to a blimp and get these things up and running and provide, you know, areas where people can travel without spending a lot of money. The blimp plane. Okay. Anarchism, communism, feminism, nationalism, militarism, racism, sexism. But no ism in religion. Religionism? Well, you can choose whatever beliefs you want to have that make your life easier to live. I mean, there's all kinds of ways of resolving your inner stress. One of them is meditation. The other is indoctrination. You can be indoctrinated to a religion and all of a sudden think only about that religion. You know, takes your mind off of your current problems. Thank you for sharing. What about the Concorde? They put that to rest for no reason. The Concorde was delivering people from Paris to New York in 3.5 hours, but they downed it because one of the gas tanks ignited. You imagine downing all of our airlines because of one gas tank? Say Flight 800, which clearly was attacked by a missile, which they claimed it was a flight over New York, was a gas tank explosion, but a missile hit it. 47 witnesses on the ground saw a missile from Groton, Connecticut, but not one of them testified. Okay, Maduro hikes the minimum wage, pledges to boost Venezuela's oil output. Well, he's still in power, and we have to consider the reality that a country like Venezuela is a prime trading partner. We definitely could use more oil from Venezuela, especially after years of questionable oil supplies could happen in the near future from OPEC. We don't know. Right now, our relationship with OPEC is very good. Your gas prices are low. And honestly, you can thank Donald for that. I mean, I don't want to rag on Donald completely. He's done a good job at shoring up our relationship with Saudi Arabia. Well, I can tell you, if Gavin Newsom puts a statewide tax on drinking water, he better clean it up. I don't believe Gavin Newsom is legit. He seems two-faced to me. He seems like a total bureaucrat, elected governor because he's got a nice smile. Gavin Newsom better clean that water up before he taxes it, because California water is toxic. We would never invade Venezuela. I consider Venezuela a benign nation. It's not going to attack the rest of the world. I think that they've got a serious financial problem, and they've got food production and distribution problems big time. So you believe that the Concorde was fake? It crashed because the wheels picked up a piece of debris from the runway? I heard it was a tank explosion. But Victory for Cake says Concorde was a conspiracy by Delta Airlines because they had no SST. So are you telling me that the Concorde airline flight never really flew in 3.5 hours from Paris to New York? It was all just a big conspiracy? Yeah, the debris pierced the tank, yeah. I don't know what that's called, but it's just another tax by the Democrats. I mean, hello. All water bottled in plastic is toxic. I agree. No, we're going to war with somebody. I can assure you that's happening. Donald Trump can't keep the government shut down solely hinged on the fence or the wall for much longer. He's going to probably implement his next phase, which will be starting a war with whatever Putin tells him to do, he'll do. If Putin says he wants to, bring our troops to Ukraine so they can be slaughtered, Donald will go, oh, of course, whatever you say, just don't play the sex tape. Everyone got peanut allergies and swelled up so much the fuselage exploded. That's creative. So you really believe that the SST was a fictitious plane? It never really flew that fast? I don't know exactly what happened to the SST, but somebody's spinning a conspiracy theory. I think that's pretty funny. I think Donald doesn't care about the government workers, and frankly, I don't either. I would have done the same thing Donald's doing. I would have told him that I want money for the fence, and we're going to shut down the government until we get it. I actually like what Donald's doing right now. I'm torn because I have a dual view of the situation. I believe that Trump's ideas are great because he stole them from me. I mean, that's pretty serious. It's not nice to steal them from other people. But at the same time, I'm confident that these ideas will work, that prevent an oncoming illegal alien attack, even though, yes, there's not a lot of drugs being moved in over the border. It's coming through ports of entry like airports. But another reason to have a new brand of interdiction. The TSA isn't cutting it, so now is a good time to fire the TSA and bring on the National Guard in plain clothes. Another one of my great ideas. I've had great ideas from the very get-go. And it's one of the reasons why I do this show. Aside from the fact that I like to put Brienne of Tarth over my face. There we go. Somebody said I look like her, and it's a perfect mask. They were real. That just the removals were a conspiracy. Oh, okay, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that they could have gone that way. All right, I guess I'll play you a little video. This is A Cleaner Environment by the one and only Scissor Fight.
What? Come on. Oh.
I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which we propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. 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 And less war.
Why is this so anti-Trump? Because Trump doesn't give a crap about the environment. And Trump wants to start wars. He really does. He's more than expressed himself about threatening countries like North Korea. Everything about Trump is opposite to what I stand for, except the ideas he stole from me. That's where he sounds similar to me. Like supporting our rights to bear arms. Very important thing. Not signing a treaty, Paris Treaty, or any type of climate change treaty, because it's unfair for us to even get involved with a Ponzi scheme, like a climate change treaty, like the Democrats are pushing. Trump liked that idea, he used it. Do not sign the treaty with Iran until we actually see the sunset provisions removed from it, and make sure that they have the IAEA in to analyze the production of their nuclear missile, which Obama allowed in the treaty. That's the only way I would even begin to look at a treaty again with Iran. Trump liked that idea too. He followed my advice. I believe the Brexit's good for England. Trump thought so too. 2 days before the Brexit, I thought it 6 weeks before the Brexit. I didn't want to sign a Trans-Pacific Partnership because I felt it would be better for China and relations with China to not sign the Trans-Pacific Partnership. All Trump got was, oh, no, he's not going to do we're not going to do a Trans-Pacific Partnership. He didn't realize I wanted to improve relations with China, not destroy them like he's doing. That was the reasoning behind not signing the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have hurt our country. And we need oversight over trade. We don't need a group of people making those decisions for us. Yeah, the IAEA it does go into Iran now, but they missed their checkup when the treaty was due to be signed, and because they missed their checkup, we couldn't sign the treaty. Iran basically blew a great opportunity to keep that thing rolling. I don't plan on having influence in any of these decisions. That's why I'm doing a show online every day. I have no power. I'm just like you, a common citizen with no power. I'm not professing to have any influence at all in any of these. Trump's stealing my ideas. That's not on me. I never said, Donald, steal my ideas. Who do I support in Syria? I support the people of Syria. If they want to keep Bashar al-Assad, absolutely. I don't believe any gas attacks happened. We have no solid evidence any gas attacks occurred in that country. Period. Everything else was created to present a need to fund rebels, and Obama gave them $1.16 billion. They liked that money, so they kept making fake gassing attack videos. I don't have the backing of Russia, so therefore I may not have a positive effect on this economy or on this politics. Because remember, Russia's plan is to shut our economy down. They asked Donald Trump to do that. It's a pretty successful plan, don't you think? Yeah. From all my assessments, Donald Trump is working directly for the Russian government. Whenever he makes decisions, that's why he won't tell anybody what he said on those secret meetings he had with Putin over the past 2 years. He refused. In fact, it's becoming more obvious that he tried to tell his interpreter never to tell anything to anybody.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians. Well, that's because
Pretty good paste up. Hillary is completely corrupt. The Clinton Foundation is corrupt beyond words. Trump never prosecuted her. That's a sign that he's working for the deep state. No, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are actually stopping Trump from getting this wall built. I want to see a 1,000-mile fence. I do. I want to see a 1,000-mile fence. It's my idea. I want this done. If Trump can get $1 billion from Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer, take it. Just do it. We can build the container fence. It's just as good of an idea. But no, I'm a brand new politician. I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum where people unite and smile. This is my new concept. And if you want to become a centrist, just hang out in our room and you can learn all about centrist politics, because we're developing it on the fly as time goes on. We can't just ignore the reality that the two parties exist in our country. We're being purposely separated. So I came up with this centrist politics as America's third party, and I started this 10 years ago with the intention that this can happen. We can actually make this work. There's nothing preventing it except our own stupidity and apathy. That's the only thing preventing us from doing any of this. Apathy and stupidity. Because money has nothing to do with this anymore. I realized I was unhinged from the financial sector many years ago, and I realized I can do this without money, and that's really pissing them off. And anybody who criticizes what I do, they don't understand what I'm doing. They're oblivious to the censorship that's going on in a country that claims to be free and democratic. You're the most brainwashed of all. You people that buy the idea that this is a free and democratic nation, it's neither free nor democratic. If you came out with a novel idea, it would either be bought off, you'd be paid off, or you'd be killed. I'm just telling you, that's how it is. Wake up. If you want to face up reality, you're going to have to wake up. Otherwise, you'll be asleep into the next election. You'll have Hillary versus Donald in the 2020 election. I guarantee that's going to happen. They're now putting dirt in coffee as a filler to cheat coffee drinkers. Well, at least it's not styrofoam, Robert. They're making Chinese rice with plastic. There's rice in the market that's plastic. If you have rice in your cupboard, do yourself a favor and put it in a glass of water and see if it floats. If it floats, I don't care if it's white or brown, but specifically white rice. If it floats, throw it out. It's plastic. I'm not kidding. They're making plastic rice. It's crazy. They don't care about us. They want us gone. They want us all dead. And we're sitting here wondering, oh, they would never think that. They don't want to hurt anybody. I doubt certain strains of rice float. I've tried every single strain out there, and none of them float. So you find me one that does, and I'll show you some plastic. It is a good idea. Rice is not supposed to float. Even the chopped rice, jasmine cut rice, it still sinks to the bottom. Mine does. It doesn't float. I'm telling you, the jasmine rice is what they're turning into plastic. I think you're eating plastic rice. She says some of rice floats. Yeah, you're eating plastic rice. Earth to slow mode. Wake up. Grind your own coffee beans. No filler. Good idea, Scissor Fight. It is made out of plastic, yeah. You've seen cabbage made out of plastic. I know. I saw cabbage made out of plastic on YouTube. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, they're making cabbage out of plastic. Whew, yeah, here it is.
이번엔 어떤 음식 모양이 탄생될지 기대가 됩니다. 먼저 물에 흰색과 노란색 그리고 녹색이 밀려.
Okay, this is plastic being dumped into a pan of water. See that? It's turned into it immediately changes color, chemical reaction. This is plastic. It looks so much like cabbage, doesn't it? Wow. Did they piece it together like that? See?
이게 다 만드는 과정이었습니다.
See? Looks just like cabbage. You wouldn't know the difference. Gosh. They're willing to feed us cabbage made of plastic. Rice made of plastic. They don't care about us. That's why Flint River is still feeding the Flint population toxic water. And they can't even draw it out of a beautiful lake nearby, which has got 20% of the Earth's raw, like fresh water. They can't draw from the water nearby. The people of Flint, Michigan have to wash with bottled water on a washcloth. I doubt any one of them has had a serious shower until they leave to go to a motel somewhere outside the area. Flint, Michigan is a disaster zone. Trump hasn't done anything about that. Trump doesn't care about the environment. He is exactly what the industrialists want, a president that could give a crap about you, your health, or the environment. Perfect blend. And he's got cronies that'll come right back in and do exactly what he tells them. Winchester Cathedral. So there's a big strike in in California over teachers. Teachers are striking. They want higher salaries. They got wind that people in New York are paying $100,000 to teachers. So, in California, you only get like $68,000 to be a teacher. How can anyone live on $68,000? Clearly, they need $100,000 to live in California. I mean, with the cost of rent and everything. So they're all fighting for higher wages. Whereas I think the standard salary in Mississippi for a teacher is $22,500 or something. $22,000. But in New York, everyone gets paid $100,000, so it's pissing off the Californians. Oh, we need priced out of the neighborhood. We can't even buy a house in our area. Most of them are so jacked up on credit card debt, it's unbelievable. Teachers with no income, because it's completely sold. It's put into the mortgages and their car payments. So they're hurting because they keep buying things. They don't know any point of excess. Now, I'm not saying all teachers are this way, but many are. Sarah's a saver. She's not like other teachers. She saves her money. And I want her to save all of her money for her rainy day for her. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Cabbage, bacon, macaroni noodle. Onion, garlic. You got the perfect combo for a low-cost solution. That's right. No, you're not. You're right, Mark. Trump the chump didn't care about anyone but himself. I agree. And a lot of you Republicans are going to realize that Trump won't present any of the audio tapes or video of any of his meetings with Vladimir Putin because he's guilty of colluding. It's taking a long time for you Republicans to understand that he's lying when he says, oh, it's all fake news, it's all Russian hoax. That's called a lie. Just get used to it. You're going to get more from him if you keep believing in him. Now, Jeff Bezos' story is very disturbing. There are pictures of his penis. They will be revealed eventually. He texted to Lauren Sanchez, reportedly include nude pics. So I didn't know if you wanted to know that your president has a sex selfie out there, and so does Jeff Bezos. Now, how in the world does a guy who's got his fingers in the NSA, he builds rack servers for the NSA with those same corrupted chips that the Chinese are selling with all kinds of hardwired spy links. This guy is a complete imbecile. He just makes money because he's greedy, and he inherited this huge business that he keeps sucking off of. But he can't even control his nude selfies? I mean, what the hell's wrong with this guy? He's a bozo. I mean, he doesn't even have a high-end cybersecurity force? I mean, is this a joke? Anyway, no one really wants to see his selfie. The tech tycoon sent the close-up of his junk and several shirtless shots to TV anchor Lauren Sanchez months before the new couple says they started dating. in the fall after separating from their respective spouses. So he was courting her and by sexting her. And most guys think in their weird mind that women want to look at their wiener. They don't care about their penis. Women are not that into penises, guys. I hate to tell you, but that's not a fixation unless, of course, they're looking for pleasure at that one key moment in their life. Yeah. So don't be sending your picture of your wiener out to people. It's crazy. Why would anyone do that? Your local priest is doing that. He's sending his pictures of his wiener out to people in his parish. It's just crazy, man. That's crazy. This was a big story. This week, the healthcare industry, which is already profiting left and right from all the money they make off of us. Guess what? Donald Trump is going to award the entire Veterans Administration budget, redirecting billions of dollars into private care. Not only are they ripping you off at the hospital, but guess what? They get to rip off our government now and its VA money. I wonder who primed his little slot there and gave him some money to get more money out of the VA. Big mistake. This is exactly opposite of my idea, which Donald Trump originally stole, where I wanted to integrate mobile medical units into our local Veterans Administration buildings and modernize everything and get a robust public health care system going, not allow the private health care pro-criminals to come in and suck everybody dry. Trump is just doing exactly what big corporations want him to do. He's sucking up to their goal of making money on now veterans health care. But this is the idea that I came up with, and then Trump said, oh, we should create mobile medical units all over the country. And then have you seen him make one mobile medical unit in 2 years? No, nothing. He just used that as my idea to sound really like he knew what he was doing and come up with a great solution. This could be rolled out at the VA. We could have the VA fund supply enough money to build 200 of these in 1 year. It's still a great idea. And we'll move on it, but you got to get me elected. And if you don't want to help me get elected, then we'll just keep talking about it. But the world will get worse and worse because we're not taking an active interest in our government. If this really was a government of and by the people, all of you would have an interest in becoming a politician or running for office. But most of you say, screw that. They're all a bunch of scumbags. Well, step up. We need good people out there. This is a ritual I go through. It's called link extraction. Trump watches our show every chance he gets. He's been watching our show since 2012. He knows that I don't take it personally. No. He knows that I'm not going to sue him for stealing my ideas. Just like he's not going to sue me for saying he's stealing my ideas. The big, huge conspiracy jolt to the Alex Jones controlled opposition shill. Now he's got to justify his statements that he made about Sandy Hook when he said that none of those kids were, well, whatever. He's having to bring up all of his data, including his financials, to the people that are suing him back, the parents of some children that allegedly died in Sandy Hook. Now the onus of proof is upon him now because he said that none of them died. Why doesn't he just show that there's lack of evidence that any of them died? And if he does that in the discovery process, it'll be a flip on the entire case. It will reveal that Sandy Hook had problems. I've seen hours and hours of video on Sandy Hook to confirm that there were no kids evacuated from that location. We have videotape and the redacted footage the state police put together in Connecticut. But recently they just produced autopsy, actually death certificates. It took all of 8 years for death certificates to be issued. So, no, Sarah's coming up very shortly, Misanthropy. You missed her first segment, but she'll be in a bit. I'm having my dinner after she has hers. But now InfoWars is going to have to deal with the fact that everyone's going to know what he makes. This guy makes $20 million a year as a shill for the government to pretend like he's a conspiracy theorist. He's not serious about anything. You're not going to believe this, but the Bilderberg Group is acting secretly to create humansies, human chimpanzees, and they're turning them into weaponized zombies. I mean, everything about him is over the top. He doesn't get serious about anything. He's constantly over the top. He certainly doesn't want to build a political party, does he? Because he's getting paid off to be what is called controlled opposition. And you'll see a lot of people on YouTube who are getting lots of YouTube hits right now. They're all allowed to have YouTube hits. The ones that really have good, solid information are on 153news.net. We feature a lot of people that are not even allowed on YouTube because they're getting kicked off. YouTube shuts down anybody who's got truth or serious conspiracy relevant stories to talk about. They get kicked off of YouTube. Anybody who's a nutcase, they get promoted on YouTube. You can be a total nutcase and get lots of YouTube money. You just have to appear like Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe what's going on. And become a vitamin salesman. If you play video games, you won't be banned on YouTube, no. In fact, Twitch, you can become one of the many people that want to have a Twitch gaming show. If you go on Twitch any time of the day, you'll see 50 or 60 guys sitting there all alone with only one viewer in their room. It's so sad. And they're playing their games, and they can't hang in there. It's like years of waiting. I got up to 7,000 views on Twitch within 6 months. Then they banned me. Twitch banned me. They claimed that I violated their terms of service when somebody said, "Hey Dave, are you gay?" And I said no, and I consider that sexual harassment. Oh, that makes you a homophobe. So they called me a homophobe, and then according to their terms of service, they don't allow homophobes. I'm not a homophobe. I'm just not gay, and I resent it when people walk up to me and say, "Are you gay?" Of course I'm not gay. And why would anyone even want to know what anyone's sexual preference is? It's sexual harassment. I got banned for not being gay. Yeah, Jackson. That's exactly right. But it's really they don't like my politics. The guy who runs Twitch is really hateful of what I'm doing. And he's jealous of Mark because Mark made so much money and he didn't. I don't endorse all the censorship and doxing that went on. That's horrible. We're getting hit with some sort of an attack on our show. Our backup system is kicking in all the time now. They didn't dox me at Twitch, but they banned me from Twitch. I had a one-year show, a gaming show, which got a lot of views, but they didn't like the fact that I'm not going to stand there and be assaulted, verbally assaulted when they accuse me of being gay. I played Xbox 360 games because they're affordable. I'm still going to try to buy Grand Theft Auto 5 for $5. No, Mark can't censor me, and that's the thing. Mark is violating laws doing that. And I've explained that you cannot censor somebody on this network. He's violating my freedom of speech and equal protection under the law. Well, I'm planning on running my own CSGO server, but in the process, I don't have any money to do that or designate that my money for that purpose. I have money that I've set aside for retirement. But yeah, I would love to find out how to create a CSGO server. Yeah, that'd be great. A lot harder than you could ever imagine. A global offensive dedicated server it's a major setup. It's going to take effort. Anyway, they lost their files on me, and it was really kind of cool. I was in there using Grand Theft Auto bazookas and having fun. But it's all been erased now, so maybe that's a good thing. I kind of felt weird blowing away people in the Grand Theft Auto game that were like lumpies walking around, or driving over them. It's like you can't help but be violent in these video games. They're designed to be violent. Call of Duty was really violent. I remember Sarah and I were playing Call of Duty, and it was like, you got to kill the enemy. I don't know. The flamethrower weapon was a really good weapon, but I don't know why they took it out. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm a little bit Jealous of you. Let me see if eBay has Grand Theft Auto 5 right now on sale.
What about Amazon?
Oh, you're right. But Amazon, why do I like eBay because I use PayPal money. Amazon doesn't take PayPal money.
Yes, they do.
They do?
I'm pretty sure they do, yeah.
Really? Let's see if there's anything under... Yeah. Grand Theft Auto for 360. Or Xbox 360.
Well, it's that one, that green one, I thought. No. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, let's do best...
Don't you have Grand Theft Auto 5?
No, I have 4. Working used. 99 cents plus 375. Yeah, they finally got to my price mark. Okay. So here you go, folks. Obviously, I could get back into gaming if I could just, try this out. Yeah, it's apparently very, very affordable now. $5. Grand Theft Auto 5 or Xbox 360. Cool. I think I know what I'm going to get myself for coming up. Cool. Very nice. For only $1 plus 4 shipping. Great. All right, back to you, folks. Sarah's going to take over the show again. Did anyone ever hear of a plane company called Janet Air? Yes.
Misanthropy says he would give you games if you would just play them on Steam.
Again, Steam has a big disconnect. Okay, I'll look at that Gillette commercial in a little bit. Thank you. Steam has a problem where if you get a free game, it won't connect to your computer. I've had this happen 4 times. You can't get them to work. It's very screwed up.
Yeah, we've heard of Janet Air.
Janet Air is the airline that lands in McCarran Air Force or McCarran Airport in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that only fly Area 51 workers. Yeah, we know it.
Yeah, we actually did a film from Janet Air many years ago and put it on YouTube, and it was...
Did you find out that information from David's website?
Yeah, is that where you found it out? Because I did an entire reveal on Janet Air.
Yep, it's a stone's throw away from Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, Janet Air is right nearby.
David did a video on that. I'm like, were you watching David's video?
Yeah.
There's a Steam game, Human Resource Machine.
Oh, really?
Yep, they park at the local airport, fly out on Janet Airlines, and they've been doing it for decades.
Yeah, we actually took a picture of him.
Yeah, he's tried to give me Human Resource Machines.
But it would have been smart back in the old days when I labeled everything. I called this Area 51 flights.
From the Mandalay Bay, where people actually go in planes to Area 51. This is an airline called Janet Air, and it is delivering planes to Area 51 every day. The planes behind these are the planes that actually deliver people to what is called Area 51. There's a lot of activity here. There's helicopters flying up overhead all the time, and of course people are going in and out of Las Vegas. What is happening here is perhaps the most kept secret project in America. So we want to find out more. We're going to take a look at those planes in just a bit.
Alright, so these are the 2 Janet Airlines. You can see the red stripe down the middle of the airplane.
737s.
Otherwise, there's no markings on the planes. 737 You see a building in the background, and it's a building with windows on it. Could be a small tower back there. So there you go.
There's more. Yeah, we did a pretty good reveal of the Janet Air flights going in. And we did encounter an alien in the show later.
Okay, here's the reveal. We have finally found the alien from Area 51 that has been talked about on the internet. We believe we have an autopsy here. We don't... What?
I hope you're getting my best side.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
That guy really was sitting there. There was a guy parked in there, and he literally was parked in there like an alien. And he was talking to people as they walked by.
Thanks for getting my best side.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's on the internet. Okay.
Okay, you don't have to keep clicking. They'll be
Yeah,
here
I
when you
cannot
come
keep
back.
clicking. I'm trying to
You
get
need
rid of
take a
links.
break.
Thank you.
I should have been here at 8 o'clock. I have so much to do. Life is short. You should do what you want. But I have so much to do. I can't just do what I want. World's largest animal study on cell tower radiation confirms a cancer leak. Scientists call on the World Health Organization International Agency for Research on Cancer to reevaluate the carcinogenicity of cell phone radiation after the Ramazzini Institute and U.S. government studies report finding the same unusual cancers. In Teton Village, Wyoming, last year, researchers with the renowned Ramazzini Institute in Italy announced that a large-scale lifetime study of lab animals exposed to environmental levels of cell tower radiation developed cancer. A $25 million study of much higher levels of cell phone radiofrequency radiation from the U.S. National Toxicology Program has also reported the same unusual cancer called schwannoma of the heart in male rats treated at the highest dose. In addition, the study of cell tower radiation also found increases in malignant brain glial tumors in female rats and precancerous conditions, including Schwann cells hyperplasia in both male and female rats. But we're not rats. Anyway. Weather feels like 37 degrees. I woke up this morning, it was freezing out. Told David, it's freezing out. I actually went left and then called him and I'm like, it's freezing out. You just might want to know. How's this featured on Periscope? Yeah, it has only 2 viewers. Wow, I didn't know we're awesome. That's great. Going too fast. Well, because David Sponheim's running for president. How about that? In 2020, even though it's 2019, I still will be putting in the FEC, filing the FEC declaration that he's running for president, even though I've been doing the FEC paperwork on all the financials, even though I don't have to because he doesn't have $5,000 that he's raised for it. Oh, you thought it was raining? My hair looks like it's affected by moisture. It does look a little damp. But no, I didn't even get any water on it. Oh. All right. Oh, sorry. Americans using Fahrenheit confuses you. I'll do my weather in Celsius just a minute. The individual state fees are no joke. What are you talking about? For state parks? Wait, state fees, what do you mean? I missed the first part of your conversation. It is 2.8 degrees Celsius. There you go, victory for cake. Oh, to run for president? Oh, the individual state requirements. Yes, to actually get on the ballot is nearly nearly impossible for people, especially if they're running as a third party or independent candidate. I think you're right. I should set up David's computer to allow him to play games. I'm not really sure how to do that. I mean, I've got the computers that are capable of games. Why are they? Because each individual state is allowed to create their own laws to get on the ballot. So one state could have like 5 different rules to run for president. They could say, oh, if you're an independent candidate, then you have to do this. If you're a Democrat, you have to do this. If you're a Republican, you have to do this. If you're well, I said independent. If you're a minor party, you have to do this. If you're want to run as a write-in, you have to do this. Or sometimes we won't allow write-ins. It should be easy with XSplit. It should be easy. I don't know why. I don't understand. Why do you think I should set up David's computer to allow him to play games? Why can't David set it up? All right, sorry. Oh, you were asking Twitch why he's boycotting, or guest 84 why you're going to boycott Twitch. I'm currently boycotting Twitch because Twitch kicked me from the In Real Life channel. Yes, you're right. Well, you know, right now I have my plate is too full. I would have put an adjective in there. Probably even not a pleasant word, but my plate is very full at the moment. David is love, David is life. Yeah. In every president election, I know, Robert. And then, oh yes, they say the states write the rules for the electoral votes. And you should go watch a different show, 314. Thank you. Yes, the people running claim to stick to their party. Hello, Horrible Cinema. I'm sorry, Shadow. I am ignoring you. And probably Amber too. Just because I have too much on my plate right now. I should probably stop gardening. But then nobody else would compost. If I stopped the compost would stop. Eventually I will sit in silence, in death. Hello, Busy. David does like cake. Which is why I don't bake very much, because we both like cake. Or pie. I prefer pecan pie, but I try not to indulge in too many sweets. And every time I eat chocolate, David like gives me, I feel like I have a guilt trip going on. Like, you shouldn't be eating sweets. Who cares? Back off. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Thanks, Rick. I agree. Somebody decided to flag David's show, claiming he was engaging in hate speech, but the only thing he said was, I'm not gay, so please don't ask me if I am. Something like that, along those lines. And yeah, so then somebody flagged his show, and the thing, you know, with those big companies, they just like go with whoever flags their show. They don't actually monitor and watch the shows, which it's one of the reasons I actually like Mark Vaughn and iVlog, because they actually tend to watch the shows to see, is it really ban-worthy? Yeah. And then I'm supposed to, or I've been wanting to, look into YouTube to see if we can rebroadcast on there, because something similar happened. I mean, we can broadcast, we can upload on there, but then we can't, they take away our ability to live stream just when their live streaming platform started getting going. I know, Misanthropy. Actually, I know how David feels, so that's why I do hesitate a little bit. You're right. Thanks, Rick. Rick thinks it's good David said that and Twitch made a big mistake. Oh, that's pretty interesting. The Big Sort. Clustering Like-Minded America. Is this a book? Why the clustering of like-minded America is tearing us apart. That looks pretty good. Can't I get it? Can I get it on a audiobook through my local library? You probably did, and I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I apologize. I have like a stack of books too my friend wants me to read, and I've decided I need to turn off my lights at 9:30 for my health, but I never get through what I need to get through by 9:30. Oh well, it'll be here the next day, and if it's not, oh well. We will just keep reminding me every few months until I actually read it. Pentagon extends the mission to the Mexico border to a year-long domestic deployment of forces. Oh, social gerrymandering. I like it. You saw an awesome comic book e-reader for Linux that lets you recolor the pages to match your computer's theme. Nice. I don't know how to color hair. I need to learn so then I can color my own hair. You have some good news links. Why don't you save them for David, because he'll be here and clicking on all of them. Good to know you can color hair. I don't get that. Oh, there we go. The Pentagon is extending their border deployment for active duty troops through September. They're making repairs on concertina wire. Oh. There's 4,500 active duty and National Guard forces now on the border. They were first sent there in late October 2018 to meet a request from Trump and the Department of Homeland Security to secure border entry points from thousands of immigrants traveling north. Several units have rotated in and out during that time. They've been asked to lay concertina wire barriers and help assist Border Patrol agents at points in Texas, Arizona, and California. The new authorities allow for lethal use of force, some law enforcement activity, but Mattis said troops will not violate posse comitatus. The mission for troops extending through September will also slightly change to add more surveillance, but some will still be laying wire, the Department of Defense said. They're going to provide they've approved assistance to the Department of Homeland Security through September of this year. Department of Defense is transitioning its support at the southwestern border from hardening points of entry to mobile surveillance and detection, as well as concertina wire and placement between ports of entry. It will continue to provide aviation support as well. Wow, a 6-year-old fighting a rare terminal brain disease became an honorary Marine. Elite Marines are facing a manpower crisis. Okay. You wonder where Shadow went? He went to go play a game of Hearthstone and lost it. Okay. You will be able to participate? What does that even mean? Oh, interesting, Slow Mode. Slow Mode says the reason McConnell has a high success rate for passing bills is because he only lets those go to the floor that he approves of. So there's a whole lot of bills that he won't let get voted on. Oh, a pay-to-play game. If you don't have money to play, then don't play. So if he didn't block it, they could vote on it, is what he's saying. If it gets a certain number of votes. Oh, you can play the game for free, but if you want to win, you have to buy the cards. I gotcha. Yeah, I used to have a game that I played on a tablet constantly, and it was like that. It was, what do those call the, like, in-game purchases, free to play, but then you have to get so many points, but you could boost up and all that. Yeah, it's been a while, but I have seen Eyes Wide Shut. Microtransactions, yes. Pay to play, I forget. They had a certain name, but I don't know. Microtransactions is what it's called, okay. You watched a movie last night that made Eyes Wide Shut look G-rated? Have some weird ritualism. There was a movie we saw that was like, you couldn't tell if it was real or if it was fake. It was like, this guy got into some, it was really interesting. I should ask David the name of it. But this guy was trying to get into, basically into some kind of thing like, what's the thing with the owl? Anyway, he was trying to get, like, try to sneak into a secret society, and then he ended up being hunted. I don't think I do want to watch something that makes Eyes Wide Shut look G-rated. I'd rather just watch a G-rated show. A Serbia film? Okay. Maybe some year I will. Probably not, though. Akira, you didn't like Serbian film? It was the most messed up movie you've ever seen. Wow. Okay, sounds like something I don't want to see. Thanks. They always say a good source of bad advice is great because keep them close and listen to everything they have to say and do the complete opposite. Some kind of cyber dissident is facing a trial. Is that in Russia? China? China's first cyber dissident. Let's see him. Here he is. His website reported on sensitive topics, including human rights. He's expected to go on trial Monday amid fears he's in bad health. Wang Qi was arrested in 2016 for leaking state secrets. He's since been held at Mianyang Detention Center in southwest Sichuan province, his home region, without a trial date. American diplomats attempted to attend his trial but were denied access to the courtroom, a U.S. Embassy spokesperson told the press. He ran a website called 64 Tianwang, named after the bloody June 4th, 1989 crackdown on Tiananmen Square. Okay. You think Republicans don't agree with Trump, but they seem to want to appear to agree with Trump. You check out this preview of a Netflix movie called Polar that comes out January 25th. It looks kind of bizarre. The world's top assassin is heading into retirement when his former employer marks him as a liability to his firm. Against his will, he finds himself back in the game, going head-to-head with an army of younger, faster, ruthless killers who will stop at nothing to have him silenced. It looks like something David might enjoy. I agree with you, Slow Modes, that the Republican Party has changed. Do you feel like it's gone more to the right with the Tea Party? Yeah, I agree. That's why I wanted to go. That's why I'm a centrist. I do feel like both parties are getting more extreme. I agree. Did I see the picture you made of for me? No. Yeah, at least our fringe element has been going more extreme. Okay. This is why you don't care at all about government. I tend to be like that too. Well, I used to, because I used to believe that I could make a difference, that we could make a difference, and I do believe in the American people. To make a difference, I think like there's this quote, I forget who said it. Don't ever doubt that a small group of dedicated individuals can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. That's the quote. But I don't know if I grew up or I just became jaded. David said when he first met me, he's like, oh, you know what I like about you is you're not jaded. Because the people that care often don't vote. Xanthropy asks, why do we vote in people that do a bunch of messed up shit? Messed up things that nobody in their right mind would vote for.
Okay.
It's because a lot of people don't vote, and it ends up just being the people anyway.
Well, if people that don't vote did vote, we'd have more people voting than the Democrats and Republicans. Ironically, the people that don't vote.
And then you're right, we don't always hold them accountable once they're elected.
Exactly. We don't. We don't even have a mechanism to hold them accountable. We don't have a political participation factor. We have a representative democracy, but it's not a democracy. It's just people that are bought off.
Oh, that's
that
cute.
Get reelected.
Thanks. Happy New Year with the cat.
Yeah. Teasing. What a difference a Dave makes.
That's a good
cute.
one.
That's cute, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we don't have a mechanism. You're kidding yourself. We don't have a system that corrects itself. We don't even have a third party. I'm trying to explain to you. Gosh, some of these people are still so sucked up into the two-party system. It's crazy. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. Sarah.
Yeah, and then some of them just buy their way in, buy their notoriety.
They buy their name, yeah. Like,
so even if we didn't want to vote them in again, then there's like this group that still does vote them in just because they're influenced by their
money.
The money message.
The money, yeah.
Or the messages that they bought with the money.
Yeah, the messages they bought with the money, right. And there's no term limits. The Democrats, Republicans, they don't want term limits. They don't want to stop their recycled government where they keep going back for more money, dipping into the corporate dollars. It's not appropriate. We can't. No, our republic, it cannot withstand the control of money. Our forefathers never factored in the control of money as the primary source of political persuasion. It was never factored into our Constitution. You don't even see the word money in our Constitution that I know of. I haven't done a word search, but I don't even think it's mentioned. Yet it's the biggest, most important single contributing factor to controlling our elections. Well, the power of lobbyists. Well, yeah, because lobbyists continually work laws that benefit rich people. Look at Trump. He brags about all the tax breaks for the rich. We're going to be $5.5 trillion less money because of Trump. When we face the fiscal nightmare that's coming, which you people aren't willing to accept because you live in a dream world, it will be a shocker when we encounter the inability to pay the interest on our debt, which we're almost there right now. Yeah, so it's getting tiring. Boston mayor wants to make it mandatory for doctors to know if you own guns. How does that affect your medical health? I don't get that. The Boston mayor is a socialist scumbag, supporter of the New World Order, who wants to eliminate our individual freedoms guaranteed under the Constitution. Man, and talk about oversight. They're hitting you with all your healthcare data is public, and they want to know if you have a gun. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, if we don't stop these socialists now, the Republicans aren't going to do it. As you can see, when Trump hijacked the Republican Party, it's more like follow the leader over there. They have no clue as to what's happening. The Republicans don't even care about the environment. They could give a crap. Our country is $22 trillion in debt, approaching $22 trillion. But that's just the That's not even including the Social Security Trust Fund. I mean, that's just the most pending debt, and more than 2/3 of that is owned by U.S. citizens, rich people. So when we pay off our debt, we're actually paying rich people who are sucking money out of our pockets when they don't even need money. And they get tax breaks and tax credits, and they get the Donald Trump to give them tax deferrals. And they're like floating in cash. They have tons of money. The average American is without even a house to live in now. We're becoming low middle class, if not poverty, everywhere we go.
It's the best a man can get.
Okay, I'll look at that later tonight. Thanks. The Gillette, the best a man can get. Yeah, I can't play that during the show or they'll monetize me. Sorry. Thanks, Ace Spade. Busy can't even get a gun in his state. What, do you live in California or something? Because you're on antidepressants. Wow. They won't even let him have a gun because he's on antidepressants. Your wife's boyfriend was in that commercial? Wow. Leonard, the economic recession, the pending economic recession, we entered a depression in 2010. We're just watching liquidators like Donald Trump and Mitt Romney and other people just profit from the last remains of the American empire. We've been in a depression, man. Where have you been? We've got 5 million people on the street in America, more every day. Unable to meet their minimum payments on their credit cards and then their house, and then they're evicted. Then they move into their car and they're told you can't live in your car in cities like Chicago and LA. They get Denver booted and they lose the only asset they have, their car. So when I become president, you will not be allowed to Denver boot somebody living in their car in any city in America. Unfortunately, we have a lot of puppets in our government, and they get bought off rather quickly. I like my life. I don't need a lot to live on. I show you how I live on Thursdays when I make my amazing dinners, my cooking show. These dinners are like really scrumptious food, healthy, non-genetically modified, organic food, no pesticides, no chemicals. I show you people how to do this. And I make these dinners for less than $1 a piece. So I'm teaching you frugality, and we don't need a lot to live on. I mean, if everyone got $36,000 a year as a pension plan, some of you were like, huh? Dave, I can't live on $36,000. I need at least 80. I understand you're living way above your means, but if you trim a lot of your costs down, you won't have to face those huge crunches every month to meet your minimum payments on your credit cards. It's crazy. The average American is now $10,974 in debt. Let's call it 11 grand just for a short measure. The average American is 11 grand in personal credit card debt. I'm not going to get into your personal life, but I got out of credit card debt when I was a young man at 20 years old. And I just said, no way, I will never go back into credit card debt. And it's a real liberating feeling to not dig into credit cards. It's getting expensive just to survive, yeah. And look at how you've economized, Blue Raven. He goes and gets his favorite ice cream, and now he's going to get a cooler, and he buys it at one location, and that's his treat. Well, thanks, Sausage. I'm trying to look even younger. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dave, I have an alert, news alert. What is it? A guy you went to high school is now representative in Alabama, possibly facing jail time. Ed Henry, wow. A representative facing jail time. Why does that sound like a typical story in America now? It's a short video on the 5G network. Yeah, I'm very concerned about this 5G network because it's not really being heavily tested. And there's some zealots out there that are almost crazy. They're like over the top. I would love to know more about its safety factors. The tests that they did on the 4G network show that it's extremely dangerous. So I doubt it's going to be less dangerous with transponders every 200 feet everywhere. It's crazy. They're going to be putting transponders and bumping signals left and right. Everywhere we go will be a digital nightmare of electricity, RF frequencies, radio frequency electrical currents in the atmosphere. Yeah, as I said before, I tweeted this today. As I've said before, Trump went to great lengths to hide his conversations with Putin. And this is an excellent article. I read it on CNN, and I know many of you think, oh, CNN, it's got to be biased. Well, it's the truth. The huge question is, why did Donald Trump hide all of his transpondence between Putin over the past 2 years? Never made a copy, no audio, and he told the translator not to reveal any information under federal law. That translator's life is at risk. I would put that person under protected custody. Whatever happened between Trump and Putin is going to stay between Trump and Putin, apparently.
I just don't know anything about it. I read it this morning. It's a lot of fake news. That was a very good meeting. It was actually a very successful meeting. And I have those meetings with everything. I just know nothing about it. It was a very, very successful meeting.
He doesn't even remember the meeting or what he talked about with Putin. I mean, how ridiculous. David, I'm so tired of you guys loving this dude. What dude are you talking? What person are you talking about? Okay, Blue Raven, you got a video about the 5G wireless dangerous experiment on humanity. Yeah. You're concerned that it may be used as a weaponized source to kill people through cancer, DNA damage. Yeah, I think so too. Trump is the dude you're referring to? Well, I don't like Trump. I never wanted Trump as president. I'm not a big Trump supporter. I'm the guy exposing his Russian connections. I'm worried that that's a serious problem. I'm also very aware that he's doing a fairly good job BSing the American people. I mean, he's pulling that off pretty well when you think about it. Not that that's a good job, because I wouldn't expect BS from a president, but he's doing a pretty good job of it, holding it together. And we've got one president right now. Until we have definitive proof that he's been working with the Russians, we're kind of stuck waiting for the Democrats to do something. It's like waiting for Godot. The border wall solution Trump hasn't thought of. Oh. Construction crew in new sections of the border. Wall bonds or government-issued debt securities. It's a good idea. You know, the war bonds of the 1930s and 40s really financed the war. That's a good idea. War bonds or wall bonds. Yeah, maybe we could, since Walmart is working with the Department of Homeland Security, we could have Walmart handle the wall bonds. Huh? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. Read up, Robert. Read up. Oh, that 10-year-old boy that's been exploited? I don't want to go there. What do you have? I don't have your... It's an HBO commercial. Okay. There's a commercial that keeps taking over your cast. Yeah, it's an HBO commercial, Robert. It's part of the censorship that's going on Vaughn. If you want to check out our other shows, we have Periscope. And we have iblog.tv. Or I'll give you the actual name. Yeah, it's iblog.tv/user/America's Third Party. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about the 5G network yet, because I have a feeling our future is going to be staying inside our house and hoping they don't burn us with a directed energy weapon. That'll be our future. Or hit us with a slaughter bot. Those bots that are weaponized, the drones. Yeah, it's either going to be death rays or slaughter bots, folks. We've got a beautiful future with the two-party system. I can't send anyone to live in Japan. I don't have the means to do that. Mark signed a $12.8 million deal with HBO. Are you making that up? That's not funny. Although I am laughing. It looks like artificial intelligence. Yes, you didn't know. Well, Blue Raven, everyone is accusing me of being an artificially intelligent derived creature. I am Dave. Digital audio video entity. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of our selling points during Halloween, as I went as an artificial intelligent being. I'd rather pitch myself as like a survivor, like a Mad Max survivor, like this kind of guy. Somebody did a paste up of me carrying a weapon like this. Of course, it's not the exact replica of my BB gun, but it's close. I am Dave. I am digital audio video entity Dave. All right, so weather. Yeah, the weather sucks. But wouldn't it suck to have a president for another 2 more years looking like that? Yeah, well, we're kind of stuck with that too. Or this character. Oh my gosh, she could be president, you know, if they find that Pence and Trump are both guilty. She could become president, yeah. As Speaker of the House, she's next in line. Or this joke. Oh my gosh, she has completely convinced everybody that she's absolutely unable to learn or think of anything. She has no brains. What did she say? Congress was comprised of 3 branches? And everyone was saying, what? Which branch is that? Senate, House, and is there a third? Anyways, we're all worried about this. And this is something you need to be worried about. Because Trump is indeed doing power moves right now over our country. I have not seen Star Trek Discovery yet. But when he shut down our government, partial shutdown, I'm okay with that because I think we're spending way too much money. But the longer he goes on resisting any kind of compromise, the more likely we're in a situation where we've got, you know, this buffoon doing things for God knows who, Israel, the Mossad, Russian oligarchs, you name it. So we have to think of that. Oh, but he's a very stable genius. We grab them by the pussy in the United States. Anyway. We've done this whole thing before. It's the same old, same old. Let's try to change the venue and I'll be right there.
Feel the beat. Ready, set, go!
I was just having fun with pictures. You don't have to listen to me. I do the show for the hearing impaired. Specifically, I take about a minute in our show just to give people who do lip read something funny to look at. And I can't tell you how it means a lot to people. I have a family member who's got some hearing difficulties. And many people who are lip readers found that very funny and are cracking up right now. It's like, yeah, that was hilarious. But I did that joke just for the people who are audio impaired. All right. That's a pretty good idea, the wall bond idea. Yeah, I think we're done with almost everything. Stephen King loses House committee seat over a white supremacy remark. They're kicking him out. They don't like white supremacists there. I don't know how they let Donald Trump get through, because clearly he is one. People are the bong hitters. Yeah, I believe it. That's fine. I'm not here to judge. House Republican leaders removed Representative Stephen King of Iowa from the Judiciary and Agriculture Committees on Monday night as the party officials scrambled to appear tough on racism and contain damage. What did he say? The punishment came on a day when Mr. King's own party leadership moved against him, with the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell suggesting Mr. King find another line of work, and Senator Mitt Romney saying he should quit. In an attempt to be proactive, the House Republicans stripped him of his committee seats in the face of multiple Democratic resolutions to censure Mr. King that are being introduced this week. Okay. We're not going to find out what he said. Wow. Talk about a story without a story. They're so politically correct, they won't even repeat what he said. Okay, he said, white nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive? Huh. That alone got him kicked off. Wow. Interesting. Just asking the pejorative question, how come you can't talk about white people's rights in America? Got him kicked out. Can you imagine? Unbelievable. I guess we really are moving toward Hitler, aren't we? The Democrats are behaving more like Hitler now, though, I think. Hitler was a socialist, you know, National Socialist. That wasn't that big of a deal when you think about it. I mean, just asking a question. Wow. He should get the ACLU to represent him. To stop drunk drivers from killing sober drivers, just prevent sober drivers from driving. That's how gun control works. Yeah, see? Exactly. You make it so that you can't even own a car. Outlaw cars. That's what the Democrats would like to do. Like they want to outlaw guns. More people die from cars every year by far than guns. So, yeah, outlawing cars, sure. Outlaw everything, you Democrats. Gosh, you're just so full of yourselves. You think you're the collective voice of the world. It's pathetic. You're like Nazi commies. Representative Tulsi Gabbard hosts Council on Foreign Relations briefing in Honolulu. Oh, she's one of the CFR group people. Wow. Well, Gaffey, we don't need more New World Order puppets. I think Tulsi Gabbard ought to just back off. Way off. Well, you won't need to drive your cars pretty soon because automatic drivers for Uber are going to be developed. Yeah, Uber is developing the automatic helipad. You'll be able to travel anywhere in the world with the automatic helipad of the Uber. Have you not seen the Uber's program? They're developing an amazing vehicle that will fly. Yeah. And they're upgrading trucks too. Uber is. Amazing. And it drives itself. Oh yeah, I can trust that on the highway. No, I think that was driven by a driver. I didn't pull up the right answer to my question. Well, I guess the news has become so ridiculous and severe that we better just shut off from it and go into a meditative state and start chanting. Anyone want to come up with a topic to chant about? Hallelujah. Las Vegas Strip shooter targeted aviation fuel tank, source says. Oh yeah, come up with another fake story. A knowledgeable source told the Las Vegas Review Journal, keep coming up with fake stories and we'll have everyone believe this. There were bullets left 2 holes in one of the 2 circular white tanks. One of the bullets penetrated the tank but did not cause a fire explosion. Yeah, this is all tell a lie long enough and keep building new lies about it and people believe it. Amazing. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, the Democrats keep pushing this agenda of a stack apartment buildings, and I'm against that. I want people to have tiny houses out there in the open plain. This concept of pushing for stacked buildings is kind of weird. You know, and Alex Jones is making a big thing about, who's this? 10-year-old boy drag kid photographed with naked adult drag queen. You know, I think I've seen enough of this drag queen stuff. They're exploiting that child. That's terrible. I don't think anyone's going to go making love on a freeway that's going 75 miles an hour with an automatic driving system running. Yeah, they can barely get it up as it is. Okay, U.S. is approving 8,500 pedophiles marrying child brides. No kidding. Child marriage is part of a religious ritual. Oh yeah, Sharia law. How come Donald Trump doesn't talk about Sharia law? Stopping drunk drivers from killing sober drivers just prevents sober drivers from driving. That's how gun control works. So true. Wrong slide. So we're going to be playing this video later tonight about religion-sanctioned pedophilia.
Before we get into this insane fact, if you're new to my channel, I make videos ranging from politics to pop culture, and I highlight absurd headlines that usually don't get enough coverage, and I add my own humor and my own opinion to these.
I like that. We need more people like that. That's good. Thanks for that, Misanthropy. We'll look at that tonight for sure. Yes, this is kind of just going over what we are dealing with in the news, a little closer view. I'll take that link, 823. A lot of our show is processing links, which is par for the course, but it helps me decide what I'm going to do next. Okay, yeah. That's an anonymous link you sent me. And I think there's a problem with Anonymous because I believe that they're being run by the government. I don't believe Anonymous is legit. The quality of productions, the video production that Anonymous puts out is top quality Hollywood production. There's no way a bunch of ragtag hackers are going to put this together. Yeah, just it doesn't look, it looks way too overprocessed. Like 4chan is KGB and Anonymous is CIA and WikiLeaks is NSA. They use these as front groups for their operation. And large weather system is scheduled to move into Southern California. Aerosol is sprayed to delay the rain. But I understand they got some rain today in California.
January the 13th, 2019, and right now at 9:50 p.m., we have a temperature of 47 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 74%.
Nice to see some rain there. Good. Well, that's best news I've heard yet. Weather is changing, yeah. Plus, of course, we're contributing somewhat to it with smog, obviously, but I think we're facing bigger problems due to a variety of other factors like chemicals. Yeah, I think we're dealing with like a serious amount of sprays in the atmosphere over our homes everywhere in America and around the world. And when you ask yourself, well, this global climate change really is happening, Donald's completely out to lunch on that. But it's not happening from just your standard muffler in your car. This is an orchestrated attack on all of us. Weather modification is going on right under our nose. And this is perhaps the biggest conspiracy theory that's turned into a conspiracy fact in the past few years. That this is an actual daily dump of chemicals on top of us. And it's not getting any better at all. In fact, their plan is to literally change the atmosphere, do an ecological reset on the planet. It's just a question of how they want to do it. They were listening to this guy, David Keith. And he's kind of a whack job, if you ask me. He believes that for a cost of $10 billion, they can spray chemicals in the atmosphere that will eventually somehow float to the North and South Pole and burn up, and somehow create a much better environment for all of us. It's absurd. He's literally saying by dumping chemicals in the atmosphere, we're going to get rid of chemicals in the atmosphere. Here is Wyoming, a terrible daily thing that's going on across the country. This is
Look
an
at this
example.
nasty bullshit. Oh, I'm a mad son of a bitch today. Look at this shit. Does this look like a Wyoming sky to you people?
Nope.
No. Hell no.
Hell no. That's not big sky country. That's big chemtrail country. It's exactly what they're doing. This is David Keith. He's a geophysicist who spends all his time acting like he knows what he's talking about. And everything that I've heard him say is easily refutable with common logic. It doesn't take a West Point graduate to determine that even if you spray aluminum in the atmosphere, it's not going to reflect the sun's atmosphere, or the sun's rays. It's not going to reflect back up from the sun, from our atmosphere. In fact, what it will do is oxidize. And aluminum, in case you haven't known, when it oxidizes rather quickly, it turns black. So there goes his idea of reflective surface out the door. Good going on that one. Plus his idea of the chemicals getting high in the atmosphere and burning up in the North and South Pole is absurd. So yeah, he somehow convinced the elitists, who are next to brain dead because they're all inbred and think they somehow acquired their position because they're chosen by Lucifer or whatever the hell they believe. He convinced these evil people that if we just dump $10 billion worth of stuff in the air and then charge the American people, that we'll be able to actually, somehow get rid of greenhouse gases. It's creating a hole in the ozone. The reason why I have this picture behind me is it's beautiful. It was seen recently in Antarctica. It's the bottom of an iceberg that flipped. Isn't that cool? It's an actual picture of an iceberg that flipped from the bottom up. But a lot of things are happening in the earth that have got to be, you have to add to the possibility that this is a climate change happening and it's purposely orchestrated. That's not big sky country, that's big chemtrail country. Thank you. Real Man's Butcher. Yeehaw. Do you think we will reach warp capability by 2066? Absolutely. .666 dumping another evil chemical aerosol cocktail over Wyoming. And there's Mike Decker again. That was an old view of Mike Decker. Here's a new view, and they're still dumping on him every day.
No damn paradise, children. So we got old Air France 666.
Air 666, look at that. Yeah. We're watching Air 666 dropping chemtrails. It's pretty funny. That's in our lineup tonight as well. Thank you. 11 minutes of Mike Decker looking at more chemtrails. And he tracks them on Flight 24 too. He gets the planes and he checks them all out. He's got a great camera. So does Scissor Fight. Scissor Fight's been taking lots of pictures of chemtrails over his house in Orange County. And what they're doing is creating an inversion layer to prevent any rain. But they finally couldn't stop it. The rain finally hit the coastline. So I'll play a rendition of It Never Rains in California. It Pours, in honor of you guys getting some rain, thankfully. That's great. It never rains in California, but girl, don't let it warn you. Albert Hammond. Okay. Is it true that your face was surgically removed and you had to install a butthole on your eyes? I mean, I literally have a troll in here I had to respond to there. Do you think disruptors and photon torpedoes should be allowed in combat? I don't think there's any way we can stop combat from evolving. The days of wine and roses are over. The days of wine and roses. We're in the land of super smog. The world is continually getting worse and worse because our leaders don't give a crap about anything. This is Beijing on a good day. For real, this is a day in Beijing. All because they want to compete with American production. Zeno, I didn't even realize what that word meant until recently, and thank you. But I don't talk about that. But the possibility that they plan on using weapons of mass destruction, combat soldiers, unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned vehicles, land-bound vehicles, robots, all of that will be the future armies fighting. The question is, which side do you want to be on? The side of the average person getting your head blown off with a slaughter bot? Or the side of the average person with a political voice to stop this? Your choice. You got just a little bit of time to make a decision too. Before long, it's going to be too late. And Mike, Mike Adams, the health ranger, and Anonymous, major shill alert, folks. Yeah, I spotted Mike Adams, the health ranger, in Natural News when I noticed that there's no way he could be producing this amount of content. We started taking in Natural News items in our show a couple of years ago, and we saw all kinds of weird content, and it was just the manufacturing mill of conspiracies. There's an actual government operation to create and generate conspiracy stories. And I believe Mike Adams is a shill, so I'm going to be very interested in seeing that. Thank you. You see, these people are put out there to pretend like there's opposition, when in fact there's no opposition at all. We're the only opposition out there. There's not a lot of people protesting about anything. Most of you are just completely brain dead. The only reason why I'm not is because I have such a high IQ. I would never remove the right to vote from women. I want women to have equal rights. I supported ERA. I would like to see a new ERA. You won't get Democrats talking about that. They filed Bernie Sanders and the Me Too generation. Now, maybe Bernie didn't touch any of those women, but he certainly talked about women as if they wanted to be raped. That's pretty weird. Yeah, Boini. So a new ERA is, and we're entering a new era too. So it's a perfect, this is a new era. But I'd like to see ERA, Equal Rights Amendment for women. Men and women doing the same job should get equal pay. Hello? Thank you. You're welcome. I mean, this is a no-brainer. Anybody would with a rational thought in their mind would of course say that men and women should have equal pay for equal jobs. It's ridiculous to not say that. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama couldn't say it. Women deserve to vote, yes, and they are voting. Well, I want to stand up for women in general. I'm not going to bend over for anybody, though. All right? Just want to get that through your head. This is a new era. An era. Ask not what your government can do for you. Ask what you can do for your local lady friend. Help a lady friend out. Be nice to women for a change. I'm trying to teach a lot of these young men in our show who are incels, involuntarily celibate, women too, and MGTOW, men who've gone their own way. I'm trying to encourage them to absolutely start respecting women. Otherwise, you'll never have a woman in your life. No, they don't. I'm telling you, you're going to be all alone someday with that kind of attitude. Nope, women don't like that. You just think they do. It's a fantasy you've developed from watching too much porn. Asexual is good. Asexual will keep you out of problems, but you may not have a companion in your life unless you meet another asexual. So say your name was, I am Pat, and you meet another Pat, maybe two Pats can hang out. You just need companionship. So hopefully you'll find somebody else who doesn't want sex. Perfect. I think sex is overrated. Unless you're having children, it's just a biological act that you happen to watch every night on your porn screen. Yeah. But, it's not unheard of for people to get, into some kinky love thing, These two found each other in the middle of a theme park, of all places. And it was love at first sight. And they're not having sex. It's overhyped, exactly. So sometimes it's about having somebody to talk to and share your life with. And that's doable without having sex. But if you're really struggling, like Xenu is, he just earned a mute, you haven't had sex in years and you keep telling your husband, I've got a headache, I'm so sorry. How does someone making $190,000 annual salary accumulate a net worth of over, this is an old figure, wow. Her new net worth is $120 million. That was an old meme we had from way back. Yeah, I want to watch Pat, hang on. First things first. She's way older than she says she is. Some people believe that Nancy Pelosi may be over 100 years old. And the secret to her health is she lives in a bubble. In her San Francisco apartment, that's her bedroom. No, I'm just making that up. Yeah, you said that earlier. You're 560 years old. I still have to have Pat. And we have people that are like Pat, couch potatoes who sit there doing nothing, acting like they're, there's Danny DeVito. You can be Pat by just sitting and doing nothing and getting really, really fat. Or you could be a social misfit and not have any friends because you're really out to lunch. That's a possibility. But either way, everybody's got to have a friend, There's got to be somebody out there for you. But here's Pat, famous for Saturday Night Live. You didn't know whether Pat was a dude or a girl or, yeah. I'm glad you and Sarah are friends. No one ever knew what Pat was. But there's other Pats like that in the world, I met two virgins when I was in LA, and I met this one really, really sad Catholic girl who was like 33 years old. And she was kind of cute, But she had never, ever gotten involved with a band because she's afraid that, that would lead to sex. And then she introduced me to a guy the same way that she had met at her Catholic church, who also about 35 years old. Perfectly normal. They both didn't like each other, though, in that way, so they were just best friends. But they hung out together. Neither one had ever had sex. Both were very religious, Catholic, wanted to be equally yoked with their love, but they didn't like each other. So it was just kind of ironic. But then there's other Catholics that are sex deviants, like this guy, I guess 100, who said he's been having sex since high school, and he's Catholic. Are you practicing Catholic? Because a lot of you are not practicing. I was raised Catholic. I just don't practice being Catholic. You're not a priest, no. Well, this is definitely something we could talk about, the new era. Oh, hey, Ponytail. Our last donator, folks. I know, you donated. Thank you. Thank you for donating. I haven't checked. No, I'll check. Oh, you did? Okay, I'll check. The only guy is donating to our efforts. Thank you. It's impressive. I don't need to hear about your Catholic sex stories, you know? Yes, we got a donation from you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mucho apreciado. Well, he's a guy who's been doing the work of, you know, keeping people from illegally parking in his area. And he runs into families that are living in their car. And he doesn't want to have them Denver booted, but that's the law. He has to ticket them, and then he said somebody else will Denver boot them and take their car away. Our country should not be kicking people off the street if they're living in a car. It's a hell of a lot safer in their car than in a tent. Unless, of course, you were living in your car in Paradise, California, then you were hit with a directed energy weapon. Was too busy robbing cars. Illegal parking is not the worst, Real Man's Butcher. I mean, the fact is people are being charged just to park in public areas everywhere. We're paying for a system like in Chicago. It's run by a company that is overseas. It's a Spanish-Australian company. They run the parking concession in Chicago. So all the parking meters in Chicago go to this company out overseas. A lot of infrastructure jobs, even power companies, are being run overseas, like PG&E. They decided to declare bankruptcy with the newest, and it's exactly what I heard. It's exactly what I predicted they would do. Declaring bankruptcy is what PG&E was up to. That's why they didn't mind being labeled for the causing the fires or possibly causing the fires up in Paradise. They're underwritten by the Rothschilds. So what they're going to do is restructure that so that it has higher rates for people like you. And you'll wonder why your rate jacked up, because the bankruptcy will force it up. It's a way to bypass the existing utility regulations that are in place to prevent jacked up rates. Everyone wants me to morph into data. Everybody? I don't know of everybody, but I could. I am not data, though. My name is Brienne of Tarth. Brienne not of Tarth. We should go back to the horse and carnage. The carriage works too. Dave, turn into Pat. No, I don't need to. Being androgynous without a penis or a vagina is the concept. And I don't think anybody really can say that. There are hermaphrodites. 1 in 10,000 people have both a vagina and a penis. I'm not trying to be gender stereotyping here to say that that's in any way related. But yeah, there are very few people without any genitals at all. I don't know. Can you name one person without any genitals that you can think of? Well, I never thought about that, Dave. Well, gosh darn, I've never thought about that. How come there's no porn with people with no genitals? How come there's not a bit of porn with people with blank spots? There's no blank spot porn. I wouldn't know because I don't watch porn, but you would, though, because I've seen you watching it. You may want to close your webcam right now, buddy. We got a call.
Call from.
We don't take calls from you, buddy. You never learned. You know, I told you no calls from you, Jason, and you kept coming every single time. You know how many times you've done this? Jason stuff? It's bad, man. It is bad. It's Jason again, everybody.
Call from.
Jason. Oh no, we got a call from Jason again. Well, we don't take your calls, Jason. Jason.
Very strange.
We don't take your calls, Jason.
No, Jason's the son of Lot Lizard. The guy who made $350,000 doxing us. The whole story is that these guys are still milking off of Mark, pretending to be his friend. It's unbelievable. It's almost like a soap opera, but it's insane. People are making tons of money censoring me. I can't even begin to describe how screwed up this is. T. Ruckers is still alive. He has another show. And I don't know if I got this through to any of you, but I'll tell you right now, it's called Deadpool. That's what I've heard. The T. Rucker is now broadcasting under the show called Deadpool. You gave me a man without genitals? Let's take a look. It's a Ken doll, man. Yeah, that's not a human. It's humanoid in nature. In fact, it's actually not an android or a robot. It's a Ken doll. You are obviously fixated on that, Shadow. Why insult the women so much? Yeah, I know. I don't know why they insult women so much. I think the thing is, men feel stronger after they've been emasculated by running women down. For instance, men call women, that horrible word, the W word or the H word, depending on how you spell. And I believe that this is a case where men feel a kind of a sense of power doing that. Women who like sex are called that, whatever word you want to come up with. Men who like sex are revered as virile, strong, and willing to cheat on other women. Wow, you're like Donald Trump. But a woman that does that, no, you're all these things and the above. Isn't that interesting? It's a dual ethic. It's like, why do black people get to call each other the N-word, and white people can't call each other the W word? I'm kidding. It's a joke. But no, white people cannot use the N-word. Black people do it all the time. 5G equals cancer, right? The double standard is bizarre. It's because we've developed all these fake stories and barriers, social barriers that prevent us from actually being honest. And I don't think this representative is being treated fairly. All he did was ask the question, why is the word white supremacy a bad word? When did it become a bad word? That's not calling people out, and they're literally kicking this guy out for asking a question, why white supremacy is a bad word. That's bizarre. It stands in the face of logic that somebody should be shunned in a country that has free speech. I mean, this is bizarre. I can't even see it as a violation of any ethical law. But the Congress is kicking this guy out. Stephen King has been ousted over white supremacy remark. He just mentioned the word white supremacy. That's all he said. It's crazy. Anyway, I hope he takes the ACLU and goes to the mat with him. I'm not trying to defend a guy even bringing up the subject, but come on, this is ridiculous. Since when do the Republicans become so politically correct? Wow. Everyone's saying, I wish he'd resigned, frankly. And the FBI has opened an inquiry into whether President Trump was secretly working on behalf of Russia. I've seen this before. It's really not much to watch. Yeah, the Hill is kind of a non-site for me. I don't necessarily believe that's true. I believe that there are countless people around the world of color who have billions of dollars. They're trying to kill all you white folk because we don't need no more people on this planet. That's what they say. They say we should all be just terminated. I know, people don't mind their webcam. Folks, if you've got a webcam right now, you got to put a piece of tape over it. Put your pants on, Bill. No one wants to see your ding-dong. Tulsi needs to be my VP. She's working for the Council on Foreign Relations. I don't believe she would qualify as a vice president under me. I will not take anybody working for the Council on Foreign Relations in any capacity. Yes, you know, we heard that story. You keep posting multiple times. You stop doing that. You're going to get 5-minute penalties every time you do that. If you have a detachable webcam, unplug it. Else it can record your audio too. That's true. You talk bigger than I know. Well, what if you want people to see what you're doing? Nobody cares about you and your ding-dong. That's the illusion. The delusion that men have is that women or whatever care about that. Maybe your gay friends care about that. I don't know. Tulsi is this person running in Hawaii. Trump's crumbling wall of GOP support. Now, we did entertain the idea when Sarah was in of them just passing laws like a temporary budget fix and getting 67% of the Senate to pass that. I think that's a good idea. Because if they don't do that, it's very possible Donald Trump is trying to work with the Russians to stop our government from working. Well, anyone working for the Council on Foreign Relations will not qualify as my VP. I will not allow anyone part of the New World Order into my loop. Sorry. You hiccuped? Broke your window? That's crazy. That's a percussion hiccup. That's unheard of. You definitely have a major diaphragm issue. Well, everybody wants to see what happens on February 5th. Have you seen all the people coming in saying, the end of the world is coming February 5th? Yeah, she's part of the New World Order. She's member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Anyone connected to the Council on Foreign Relations or the Trilateral Commission are members of this emerging New World Order plan. We need to completely uproot ourselves from the Henry Kissinger plan to control our future. But getting back to this subject, if Congress and the GOP turns on Trump and ratifies a budget, we're good to go. We don't need to give him his wall. I want the wall built. Don't get me wrong. It's my idea, the 1,000-mile fence. But we could find a way to build it in 2021 too, without Congress's support. Trump's just not very creative. He's kind of a stick in the mud. But hey, he is Trump, so let him play out this big card. I'm glad he's fighting for the wall. I just don't want it to spread off into the next month, because if February 1st rolls around, like Ms. Sansbury said, you're waiting for February 1st. If we don't have our food stamps ready to go, you're going to see riots in the street, probably by the end of February. Food stamps are the critical factor. That'll definitely change things, because people can't eat. They literally go through their food every month. We got 43 million people in America living on food stamps. And when their food's out, and that's like 2 or 3 weeks past the end of the month, you'll be seeing riots by March or April. You got the munchies for pizza. Who doesn't have the munchies for pizza all the time? You could really gain weight doing that. Leonard, we're not going to get rid of the food stamp leeches. You're going to be one of them too eventually. You won't have any other way of financing yourself when they replace your job, Leonard. Your job as a stockbroker will be replaced by a computer. You won't be needed anymore, Leonard. Yeah, your job is being phased out. Yeah, we played the Western. Right. That's the whole Western. Yeah, we played that last night. But this is a longer version. I'll play it tonight. It's a Western from 1958 about Trump and a wall called Trump Trackdown. They mentioned the name Trump building a wall. It's the weirdest coincidence ever. It makes some of you people think that the man... Yeah, you think that the... Yeah, that's right. It's really happening. The Mandela effect. It's really happening, man. They're programming us, man. We're all living in a simulation, man. I don't think so. That's a stretch. To think that we're living in a simulation, that's crazy. How can Elon Musk think that? He must be high on crack. Hey, speaking of high on crack, oh, wait a second. We've got to talk about President Trump here for a second. The increasing Republican skittishness about Trump's wall and the continuing government shutdown offers an instructive preview of how Donald Trump's presidency is likely to end. When key Republican senators decide that Trump is more trouble than he's worth. When will that happen? The most recent polls show that the public blames Trump more than the Democrats for the shutdown, by margins approaching 2-1. There are at least 7 Republicans in tight re-election races in 2020, and they aren't happy. Susan Collins of Maine, the typical turncoat that she is. Cory Gardner of Colorado. Tom Tillis of North Carolina. Rob Portman of Ohio. And Pat Roberts of Kansas, who's retiring. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska have also expressed exasperation in comments to the press. So Trump's decision to force Nancy Pelosi and Schumer's hand has led nowhere. Because Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer are so full of themselves after winning the midterm. They actually believe that they won the midterm because people want Democrats. They don't realize they won the midterm because people want impeachment of Donald Trump. Boy, did they get it wrong. They're talking about amnesty. Nancy's talking about amnesty, if you can believe that. Yeah, like we really want an amnesty.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak directly to the American people tonight about how we can end this shutdown and meet the needs of the American people. Sadly, much of what we heard from President Trump throughout this senseless shutdown has been full of misinformation and even malice.
You know, he looks like an undertaker there, or like the executioner, doesn't he? It's like, and these people are just basking in the glory of their own corruption. Like I said earlier, Nancy Pelosi's net worth is $120 million. How the hell did she get that kind of money on a $190,000 a year salary? What is Charles Schumer's net worth? That's what I want to know. I think it's their fault. I think they should give Trump his $5 billion right now and let's let this get over with instead of going through a 67% majority in the Senate to overrule Trump. You know, I'm not going to even check here. I'm going to go to Bing. Okay, they said he's worth about $1 million. So he's just right shy of $1 million. That's not that much. Let me see if Bing has anything different, because Bing is coming up with different results. Yeah, it's about 900,000. So she's worth 120 million and Chuck Schumer is worth 900,000. So the difference between these two people is Charles Schumer is an ideologue. He cares about his beliefs. He's a very strong ideologue. He believes in what he stands for. He believes in what he's doing. He doesn't appear to be profiting a lot on the side, or at least we don't know that he is. Nancy, however, will flip a deal for anybody to get more money. She's worth $120 million in such a short time. She has to be the most corrupt person next to Dianne Feinstein, who's worth $80 million. Unbelievable. And they're basking in the glory of their big choice. We're so happy. Mark made a lot of money censoring me. I do know it. I'm better than Truman Show 2.0. No, I'm the real deal. I'm like media gold, and I've never made a penny doing any of this. And I don't want to make money doing this because I want to show the American people they need a leader who's not hooked up to a dollar sign. The problem we have with Trump is he's connected to a dollar sign. He's carrying $2.3 billion worth of loans. That's a lot of money. That's like $30 million every month just to meet the interest on his debt. Trump has to deliver $30 million every month. He just sold a property for $18 million. He makes money all the time, but he's got to make a lot of money, his sons do, just to keep that thing rolling. I don't believe you should ever have a person like that in the White House. He's a national security risk on that alone, because people have debts. Deutsche Bank connected to the Russian money launderers. They have ties to the Russian money launderers. Deutsche Bank is carrying $1 billion note with Donald Trump. Former Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy, replaced by Brett Kavanaugh, His son is the handler for Donald Trump's money at Deutsche Bank. It's all big family. It's all screwed up. So if you don't get a president who's disconnected from money, you won't have credible leadership in this country at all from anybody. And every single Democrat out there is a career Democrat moving up the ranks to make more money. Every single Republican out there is a career Republican politician making more money, padding their pockets. We've got corruption embedded in our system right now, and there's no way you're going to get an honest guy like me in the White House unless you create a third party in your own mind and keep going with what we're doing, because that's what we're really on track to do. We're on track to dethrone the two parties in the upcoming election, whatever election that is. If it's not 2020, it's one coming up. So we're just keeping this process rolling every night despite all odds, because frankly, I can't stop and I won't stop. And we've even got a theme that goes with that. So thanks for coming in, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow night with Truth Tuesday. And I will take on this tough subject: is Donald Trump taking orders from Putin to shut down our country? That's a serious allegation, but it could be true, especially how evasive he is, wanting to cover all his tracks and not let anyone know what he said to Putin. Very suspicious indeed. That's right. We'll be back tomorrow night with another big one. And we're open till 2 in the morning for you guys to chat in this interactive chat room, because I want you to know that I'm in here monitoring the chat and I watch the shows just like you do. I put about 9 or 10 hours a day into this every day, 6 days a week, for free. And you get the benefit of it. Take care. We'll see you again tomorrow. Later.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.